Okay, so today I continue at my lofty 1700 rating, and I don't even have any other arts and stuff prepared. So that's the permanent aspect of this whole thing, is that I just changed my piece set and my background and my board. All of the boards are kind of getting boring. I'm bored of the boards because they fucked it up with some side update that they had so many cool ones that you could use with this third party add-on. But basically, we're at a point that's sort of a little, I don't know, enlightening in a way. It reminds me of something with Hans Niemann, how he, like, not exactly the same as me, obviously, but he would justify cheating, or he at least explained it that way, that, like, oh, well, I wanted to do it. Like, he wanted to cheat at the low level to try to get to the higher level, because it's like, well, I'm better than all these people, so it's a waste of my time. So let me just cheat to speed run through, and then once I get to worthy opponents, then I'll stop cheating. That's kind of how he rationalized it. So it's like, if you're so good, why should you need to do that? And shouldn't it be a breeze to go through those anyway? But I had the same sort of psychological ideation that, not when it comes to cheating, obviously, although I consider just studying to be cheating, so didn't want to do that, and I still don't want to do it. But now, at least that I've gotten this far, which still isn't that far, but whatever, relatively, I don't feel as bad now if I was to study, even though people I've been beating for 200 plus rating probably have studied way more than me, obviously. They seem to clearly know openings a lot better than me, etc. But the point is, now I wouldn't feel as bad about it, and now I would feel like maybe more engaged, because that is my biggest weakness that I've realized in this, and none of it constitutes an excuse. It kind of brings out my absolutist, elitist tendencies from the past that I would use in hard modes and permadeaths and even debates about real life subjects and stuff. I had some of those nicknames, right? So chess is the perfect elitist game for that. Like, there are no excuses. Everything that happens is your fault. You're just lazy. You're just a clown. You could have just calculated that better. Like, everything is on you. In particular, that's why I like 1v1 type of games, because there is no, well, first of all, it's turn-based, so there is no, like, oh, you don't have an athletic advantage or some real-time reaction time advantage, unless you want to talk about bullet and blitz. But it's mainly like, it's all in your control, so there is no excuse, really. Even if people use borrowed knowledge, then the only thing you have to recognize is the time commitment. Like, okay, they study 10 hours a day, so I have to do the same thing, and then I should do better than them in that context. Like, that's the equalizing factor that kind of makes it boring, because it's not saying that anybody could do it, but it's like, do you really want to do it is the question. If you really wanted to, I have no doubt, you could get pretty far with it. But the whole thing is that, yeah, just that elitist tendency, like, or whatever, even outside of games and stuff, oh, you're victim blaming. It's like, if I lose, it's my fault. I'm not going to hide behind something. So even when I'm saying that, like, oh, my bad tendency is I play down the competition. That's why I was losing to all these lower rated players. Like, that just happened to me too. I'm beating 1700s. And again, people say it doesn't matter much, but it matters a little bit. Like, they're obviously much faster. I would flag, I might get flagged a lot. They're certainly more well-versed in openings. They're certainly a little sharper. They'll certainly make big mistakes a lot less, right? Yeah, one out of 10 might just blunder their queen still, but it's way less often. We haven't seen something like that happen in a while, so, it's all these little things that sort of add up. The biggest adjustment for me has been time. I have gotten a lot faster, even though I am still pretty fucking slow. But no, it's to realize that, yeah, like, playing down to competition, you'll see that I just lost to, like, a 1500 that I shouldn't have even been matched up against, right? Yeah. Look at this. Just look at my general streaks. Okay, we're here, right? I beat a 1685. And most of these people are not provisional or anything, just to be clear. 25,000 games played, by the way. That guy's literally a GM smurf using some fucking challenge to justify losing. So we win 3 against, again, 1685, 1721, 1714. Or, I'm sorry, 1693, 1721, right? Then I lose to a 1590. So you cannot explain that in any logical way. Yes, you might say, well, it's not that big of a difference between 17 and 1590, which, again, it's not going to be huge, but the only way you can really explain that is getting overconfident. Like, oh, look at me, I'm farming 1700s. Now I play a mere 1590. This one should be a joke. And then I lose. And then I go back to 17s, and then I beat them for 16. Like, there is something very clear with that I can acknowledge, right? This is where my psychology expertise comes in, the self-awareness and the objectivity. Like, there is something about this that shows you It's unfair for him. Like, I even sympathize with him. He shouldn't even get this matchup. And even if he lost, he shouldn't have lost much rating because that's kind of bullshit. Why is he getting matched up in a random match against somebody 120 plus rating fucking higher than him? That's totally unfair. That's like if I get ranked up against a 1900, that's not fair. Like, I shouldn't, I should expect to lose or at least draw and whatever. So it's hard for me to believe that it's anything other than just my own again, just being lazy, playing down a competition. That is the hardest thing to overcome in chess, is like, you're winning even in a particular game, but then you just stop trying as hard, right? You'll be up and you'll be getting overconfident and they'll keep trying. You see that all the time. Like, your grandmaster will be playing like a 2300 and they'll get like that too. They could obviously win, but they're not putting forth the maximum effort. Whereas if they were playing a 2700 as a 2500 GM, they'll try harder, right? It's easy to say that, like, oh, you should just try, right? It's not to imply that they're not trying at all. It just means they're not trying the maximum effort, right? If a 2500 plays Magnus Carlsen in a game, you don't think they're going to be a little more attentive than if they're playing a 2300, like, where, you think you can get away with certain things. But that is clearly my base big weakness and negative tendency, that I'm just very... It is almost hilarious the extent to which that plays into things. It doesn't just affect me, like, it completely fucking ruins everything I do. And maybe I wasn't like that as much before, but this is a little unusual of an opening. I guess it's just the inverse of those moves. You normally move the pawn first before the knight. Right, like, I don't mind reacting to that, but you go there, I'll go here. I mean, again, you just mirror back as black. And this is one of the first custom piece sets I think I ever used. It must have been on there a lot earlier than some of the other ones. Right, I don't know why. This is just one that I associate with that. With the whole add-on and everything. You go ahead, see, everything's reactive. You're doing that to stop the pin. You're doing, kind of copying their development. You're castling when they castle. So everything is pretty much... It's like that stupid thing that some mentalist Darren Brown or some shit did, where he's like, oh, I'll do a Simo and I'll just copy the moves of the person next to me. And if I do that, then, you'll end up drawing every game or something. Because whatever, I don't know exactly how that works, and it kind of doesn't make sense because you would just do it in a different order then, but... Yeah, we got to focus. And again, my biggest weaknesses are either that aspect of playing down a competition or the aspect of time, which I can always live with that. I think the time aspect is rooted in the right philosophy. And the reason why is because if you take your time, you're at least trying and you're trying to calculate and play better. So, like, why would that be a bad thing? In fact, these faster time formats, even 10-minute, is the worst thing. That's my biggest piece of advice for chess. It's twofold to do with time. Number one, if you want to be good at chess, you have to put in a lot of time, right? Both study for years, study 10 hours a day, blah, 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 right? That's number one. And then number two is... in the course of a game, you have to put in a lot of time. So, like, why struggle against time right now? What is either of us proving? Even 10 minutes isn't quite enough. Why not sit there for 90-minute games and do all this kind of crazy crap? And the reason why you could do that is because... Now, do I have, like, an unleash where I go here and they... Well, they could just take it, though. So how does that help me? I guess it effectively just serves to open the king. If I do this, they take, I take. They could still take those. I don't fully even get what happened. That's supposed to be like, oh, you're winning a piece, but you're not really winning a piece. You're just opening the king in an awkward pawn structure manner. And then you could do this, or you could ignore it. Or rather, let's make them address this. And this is a very alpha strong bishop position to have for the rest of the game. And you can say, oh, that allows them to undouble the pawn, but at least it's in the wrong direction. Or no, it doesn't actually allow them to do that, but, oh, it moves the pawn towards the center, which is generally a good thing to do, so fuck it. This you can't do. It's very hard to push the bishop out from that spot, is what you sort of realize. right, like who's really going to attack it except for maybe their own bishop. There's like all these nuanced things that you see in higher level games from what little of them that I've really paid attention to. It's like, I don't know how to explain it. I don't know what that move even is. Um like we're is you might ask, like, it's an octopus knight and they have a knight, so why can't they just trade the knight for theirs? But it's like it's out of arm's reach. By the time you get around to doing it, right, the game is already over or they already gain an advantage. So it's like this in between thing. Like, it's not that they couldn't deal with it, it's that the amount of time and trouble it would take to deal with it is far too inconvenient and is therefore going to result in them losing the game. So that's a much harder thing to understand. See, like the way we think at this stage or in general is like, it has to be a clear advantage. Like the only way I would buy an Octopus Knight being good is if they simply don't have anything they can trade for it. Not a bishop of the right color, not a whatever. So even though I like trading, this is such a valuable thing. So that was kind of a mistake on my part because of the simple fact that I kind of hate that I did that. Right? That again, that's like my laziness. I was in such a dominant position because of doing that, and now I completely fuck it up. It's still a good bishop position, but it really doesn't hold the same meaning at all. I don't even understand what's happening now. This is under threat. Again, the king is open, the pawns are all fucked up, the bishop is in a good alpha position that's still kind of hard to deal with. So all of those things are good, but a truly good player would not have allowed the queen to be traded there because you would have just gone for something. I mean, it's so dangerous, right? Literally, you're almost in a mating position already. It's the right idea to try to get the queen in there, but this is the way I would talk too about certain subjects that people would sometimes find weird. Like, I talk as if I know, like, I just did it, right? So I'm saying what I did is wrong, but I just did it anyway. So it's like, it makes you wonder, like, if I knew that, then why didn't I do it? But like, I didn't think about it at the time. So it's like that objectivity you have to have in a game like chess where, you know, you can't pretend like, oh, just because you did something you'll try to defend it. You have to be objective and say, okay, even though I have this negative tendency, I still like that in itself is kind of frustrating. If you go there, you go there. I would take, you could take this. There's not really a good response to that, quite frankly. The only response, oh, I guess the response is like this. You go and you, if you do that, well, first of all, you could take it for free, but it wouldn't be worth it with that. But you could just take the knight itself, right? So now you're forced to make a decision with the knight. Now, the bishop is going to actually be uncovered, but then again, I don't think I care too much. So now you're double attacking this. You got to watch out for what's going to happen to the bishop, though. No, now all those excuses or even it's not even really an excuse, but all those like half-hearted little things I would say are not even, you know, pertinent anymore. So I don't like where this bishop is going. Like, but he's no longer double attacking that shit anyway. Because yeah, I created actually a god level position, dominant, amazing, aggressive, and it just didn't go anywhere because, to be fair, that's also one of my weaknesses. Like, I'll either have a material advantage or just a positional advantage, but then I can't. Attacking is so much harder than I expect that I get sometimes frustrated, and I feel like that's pretty understandable, right? Like, it's a lot easier to defend and win by slow pace attrition than it is to actually attack. I don't think anybody would really dispute that. Which is why my trade happy mentality always comes into play with respect to the, see, everything's so simple, right? This position is so simple that there should be nothing crazy that happens. But so you want to stop him from coming into this square in particular, and the reason why is because like, oh, you could go here even because of the bishop itself, although that might be a little curious. Because you want to stop him from coming to this level. And now I guess I can't do that. You could give a check. I'm not sure if it's a really good check. It's that one fucking square, man. I guess, no, you can't even do that. So, like, going here is kind of a very powerful move. And if you think deeply enough about something, it's pretty obvious, but... And even as... Oh, that was not a good... Now... I have a hard time believing that he could do a whole lot with this. When you look at it on a simple level, right, they may be the same bishop color, but I fail to comprehend what you're really going to do. Although that in itself is a little bothersome, but we have... Like, why can't I do this, for example? There's nothing you can do to impede its movement, so I can go behind your pawns and start to pick away at that. So now you go here and everything's on the dark square, so I no longer have to worry. And I guess the main advantage of the pawns on this side are just so fucked up that they may have some issue. And so now this is where you start to calculate more, right? Like you take the game so lightheartedly, and then now you try to take it seriously. But at worst, this should be a draw, which I'm not the biggest fan of. But you go here, he could just take... This is at least a good bishop placement because it restricts the movement of my king so much that I can't even come out now, right, at all. So that in itself is strong. Their king is a bit more active and mobile. So this would allow me to try to do something here. If they take, I take. Not really very great for me either, but also if they keep going, that's very bad. So I'm almost inclined not to do that then. So I don't even mind if it is a draw, but it just feels like you could have done more with it. So now you have to think in terms of that mentality. If you were to try to... Right now, like his king is going to actually walk all the way across the fucking board and go here and actually do something. And so for the time being, my king can't match that. But then again, maybe he won't be able to, like... You have this stupid ass en passant thing. They would take, I can't take. So they've constructed something fairly impressive there, I must say. So I don't know really. It certainly would be easier for them to reach my shit than for anything else. I guess that at least allows me. Wait, what? That at least allows me to open up the position of my king. They've had actually two really good positions, like where they could have brought the rook in there earlier, and even there where their king was much more mobile, but they chose to somehow do something suboptimal. But no, yeah, like I could talk about stuff. This is part of my debate format mentality. I could talk about stuff that I didn't know anything about or I wasn't an expert in, and I could sound like I'm an expert. Not even because I'm faking it or something, but because I'm looking at it objectively. So even if I have no experience, I can kind of see, okay, that is kind of strong, I guess. So this you have a certain incentive to do. So now if you disrupt this, then you take. You have a clear incentive here because you can't take it, otherwise I take, unless you think you're gonna promote. I don't actually understand that. You can't take there, like you know that for a fact. So I don't know what I just did. If you take, I take. There's probably better things you can do in a situation like this. I just don't know what they are. So like my king is closer to this side and you can't really come through, although that's kind of problematic. I don't know. It should just be like, even this is a passed pawn, so shouldn't that be good enough? And now you're kind of forced to do it because otherwise I could double take. So now either you do the king opposition thing or you actually win. And the way that you do that is, this could actually be bad now that I think about it. Okay, okay. But if you pursue it, I think. Oh, I don't know. I don't know. How did that actually backfire? I don't get it. I don't understand. But how? I don't get it. He probably would have been better served going the other way too. Just study endgames. No, I genuinely don't understand that. That didn't look like it would be that bad for me. Like, how? Okay, now at least I should be able to take this one, but you'll take that. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty fun, isn't it? Like, there's nothing really to a game like that where you can easily just see everything. Like, okay. Again, you should play in more of a degenerate drawish mentality because it's so clearly a draw that, like, why even try to do anything? Why try to trade? Why try to actually play the game? It's just already set in stone. Like, people say chess isn't solved. Like, that's a fucking solved game. Just fucking do the same thing. It's so clear, even at a low to intermediate level, even with less amounts of time. It's just so clear the way the game actually works. With any amount of time, any amount of even level play, any level of moderate play, it's always a fucking draw. Like, every fucking time it's a draw. There was nothing impressive. Like, it's just fine. I don't care. Like, that bothers me more than if I actually just lose. Like, if he does some brilliant move, crazy sequence, fine. There was nothing remotely interesting there. Let me see what maybe I should have done with the queen here. This was a move that wasn't necessarily bad, but it's like, you are obviously just not seeing that it could have been great. That position could have been amazing. So there's something towards the end where I get sort of restless. Even trying to trade the bishop wasn't necessary, right? A lot of this, you could just keep moving the bishop back and forth, and nothing's ever going to happen here. Just to be clear, nothing will ever happen in the game. You know, you'd have to do something really crazy. You're like, why the fuck does this make sense? What the fuck is that? Like, what the fuck is that? Doesn't even make any fucking sense. You're trying to get rid of your own pawn because it lets you move, I guess. And that's just intuitive. You're winning in some vague way, but let me see what I do that is. Like, let me try to understand the logic of it, because there is no... This is the kind of thing that people would use, whatever, hindsight bias or something. Nobody really fucking understands what this is, right? Like, nobody gets this. Nobody just looks at this and knows what's happening. This is a totally nonsense position. Nobody wants to do it. It's just dumb, but no, I was even winning there, so I mean, I don't fucking care. But even if you don't know endgames or you haven't studied them, like, this is what happens in the endgame, is it becomes so nonsense, like with back and forth movement. There's so many moves that are like filler moves. You're doing the same thing or you're doing something obvious, but you're like exhausting moves almost, like, until they're forced to do something. So that seems kind of sad because I had such a good position. Let me see if I have some more images there. I was almost going to say I'll go until I lose one so I don't have to change it, but no, I mean, that's a good wake-up call to realize that you got to be a degenerate draw fiend if you want to play chess. That's all it is. It goes against my whole nature and psychology and everything, but you could be the best player in the history of humanity, but you're still going to get a majority of draws. There's nothing you can do about it. And that just means you're doing it the right way. You're not even doing anything wrong. Like, it's just sad that the game works like that, because that's the solvable nature sort of creeping through. And again, I wish it was what people said, where, like, really, I swear, the majority of fucking games that I lose are often like that. It would have been a draw, but I run out of time. It would have been a draw, but I try to, even when I win, it would have been a draw, but they choose to try to play it out for something else. So which ones do I, which one am I even doing right now? Episode 10. I actually forgot the order in which I was doing these because the way they upload isn't exactly correct. So, I'm actually not even sure. I don't want to reuse the same one twice. I think I did 9 and then the Smelter Demon one and then 10. Now we'd probably have 11 and then I think so. And I stopped using Imgur because that one day I tried to do it when I came back to this and it wasn't working anymore. The whole site just wasn't working. Let me go ahead. We'll change my fucking cosmetics. Let's go here. Background. It's fine. I mean, you can have those kind of wins. It's okay. Because I can see the big picture, so it doesn't bother me. It's just, it's disappointing because, again, let's say it was a draw. Like, is that fun? Is that satisfying for you? Like, is that really what we're here to do? Just waste both of our times to fucking Meridia, Medium. Now, I certainly have used Meridia before. Now, this one sort of blends it, but I guess it's a different size, so I'll fuck around with it. It's fine. So we change that. We change the board. Everything's good. And we'll have to change the hue of that, but if I lose again, but it should be fine. I always say that Merida thing, however, you're actually meant to say it like Meridia from Skyrim, like Statue of Meridia, who gives you like the fucking Dawnbreaker. So I won't even say that's like a cocky playing down a competition type of game. I respected him, but even if I hate studying, this is the one thing we at least should do now is analyze. Like, I played it perfectly fine. There was nothing wrong. I don't like this queen move that I made, though, because if I thought about it a little further, you're clearly in the aggressive position where, you know, that's just the one thing you don't do. Because even though I like to trade generally, I admit sometimes I just trade stuff just for the sake of fucking trading it. Like, it doesn't. Yeah, see, I love that. I know that, but what. I love that. Oh, you made a blunder. I know that he can come there. I even said that as it's happening. Like, oh, this is a really strong thing. I wish I could do something about it. Like, there's nothing I can do, though. I can't go there. I can't do anything. So, chess is often a game like that, too. You might know exactly what the issue is, but you just can't do anything about it. So, and this is a joke on the Ghostbusters thing, right? Like, are you a god? And then, whatever, like Bulasis, so. And then Luigi says, yes, obviously. And then that was my title for that episode, too. Like, God of Ghosts commits. Wait, no. What is it? God of Ghosts lays waste their hordes and gives them rest or something like that. I always try to come up with like RP intensive titles and shit. So, see, for example, here you can just do this, can't you? Because if you do, what's the problem? Like, why doesn't this lead to a 6 for 6 option? I would take this 100% should be opening theory, right? With respect to you don't even have the bishop developed. So it's no, but you'll just castle, obviously. You'll just already castle. I guess if you couldn't castle, then it would be worth it. Right now, you have all kind of options you can block with the bishop, which is still kind of suboptimal, but you have to castle, and then in the time I can do the 6 for 6, which is sort of frowned upon a little bit. I'm the type who would like it just because it's such a trade heavy thing to do, but generally speaking, it's not great. guess I was just trying to play this normally. I won't pretend like I haven't learned some semblance of openings in doing, in having played the amount that I have, but it's not exactly accurate either because it would just be more in the context of the same ones. But it's one of those things that just everybody is going to learn no matter what. Like, you just have to do it. It makes a lot bigger of an impact than maybe people realize. So even if you take with that, it's still... Actually, I don't really know. I'd rather do it almost from the other direction. Like if you said go here and then double take. Because if you do it from there now, right, the bishop's not attacking it, so you couldn't possibly double take. I guess you still can't really double... No, but... I don't know. Or I almost want to do this, but you can't because you have to... You have to obviously do it in such a way that you get to do here. Right, so you try to open this, and then the diagonal becomes strong. That's kind of cute, but I don't think it matters too much. Or, it almost makes sense to do this. Or let's leave it, because the queen's in front, so, well, you would move the stupid-ass knight, though, wouldn't you? If you trade into there, then at least I get to do this and thereby cover it again. Even if you don't, it's like you'd have to take with that first. So you have to move the knight if you're going to do any sort of attack. And so therefore, I get to do it up to here like this. Take. You almost want the bishop there too, although I don't really know how to play that. But no, like every game, we're pushing new territory. If I win one more game, it'll be the highest rating I've had on here. So we got to take it seriously. And again, that last game is fine. Like, I can live with that. It's just like, you got to focus a little more at the end or something. So you can take this, and then what do you do? Because, oh no, it's some other position I'm thinking of, because it's like... It's a position where this would be uncovered, but in this case it's not. That you block your own diagonal, which is strange. This would be a trading opportunity, and so I don't mind it. And it's not a double take, because you would take, I would take, and then you can't take even. So this game, it makes a lot more sense to trade, right? I'm not in any sort of attacking advantageous position where that would make sense. And so even if you move the queen away, then you're giving up this, or you could move it there. There's all kind of things you can do. So this seems good, but it won't actually be good because you have nothing. Right, that's not going to be anything if you do that. Or rather, you would still go for this, but then even if you take, you still take. So this diagonal is kind of fucked, but then again, it's fucked in the same way that... It's fucked in the same way that you would get to do it here, where even doing this won't actually help me, because even if I took, I still... Well, you're not winning anything. You're just able to kind of put a certain amount of pressure. You can try to... That's interesting, actually. But it doesn't matter, because if you... I would take... I don't know. It's the same thing. Like, it's not even going to fuck up your pawns, because you can take with the queen, I take, you can still take with the rook, so you never have to take with the pawn. It's kind of an unusual position. So you blocked your own diagonal, though, so I have to question that a little bit. Like, what the fuck? You can try to double stack it here, but other than that, I have no idea of what to do. So you go here, I guess. I'm not really too sure. They would take, I would take, You would take, I would take. I don't see much value in that anyway. Like we get it. Their pawns are really strong. Like there's nothing I can do about it. You raise it to there. Doesn't really matter too much, or it could seem to turn into a pass pawn, or this one will turn into a pass pawn. Let me try to be a little active. So I have two active pieces at least, whereas they're sort of committed to this, which doesn't actually do anything for now. I'm threatening that, doesn't really matter. So there's not much you can do to even cover that, aside from the problem is you get in these stagnant positions, like where that was a good knight move, but now what? Like there's nothing. If you took, I could take that, but only if I was like double stacked there. I guess I could almost do that if they're really gonna. Well, a lot of work for nothing. They were somehow leaving the back rank open and vacated with an option to double stack on either of these scenarios. But I don't see what this does, and I don't see. They would take, I would take, they would take, I would still take. They can push that back, it's fine. Not really much option if we're to go there. Now they don't even need to keep that there, or they could have always moved it in the same diagonal. It looks to be another stale, repetitive kind of game, am I right? So if they take there, it should be easy to. I mean, you could. Well, if they keep going is the problem. You could do this, and then if they take, you're guaranteed to take because they can't do anything. But I don't actually know how to play this. Go here, go here. I should try to do something with the knight. It's the only piece that seems like it can do some activity here. They're gonna fuck around with the pawns here, which I don't really understand. They would take, I would take, I'd be perfectly happy with that. It would lead to a fork here, which is a little clever, but I don't know. If you keep going, it doesn't bother me. If you take, it doesn't bother me. It'll be an open file. I can go right into it. We're more suited to double stack because this one's sort of overextended where it's too far out, right? Like it can't easily go to a double stack position somewhere else. Or even just to another, row easily. It has to, or file or whatever the fuck. So you go here, you're threatening to double take, you'd have to make a decision. If you attack it, it's perfectly fine. Or actually, I guess I'm sort of wrong. You could go to there, and now I can't do anything. Because you don't have anything you can do. That would be kind of bad. They can't actually come in very easily, but what they can do is obviously they can push it again. I can go to here or not. Fucking. You can go there. You can go up to here. There's enough cover there. If you go here, that's actually very problematic of a move. The main point you can't do is you can't take the open file the way I thought would be so simple to do. And if they push this a little too much, they'll get a pass pawn, even though they're not up a pawn. So you have to wonder why that's so easy for them to do. Now that's a disaster of a move because it allows you to come in there. But I would take, you would take, it's like, I would take, you would take, I could do something else, but it's not really what I want to do. And the reason why is, yes, you're stopping this movement, but this move is obviously very killer. You attack two uncovered pawns. And now at least you can take the open file to whatever vague extent you may want to do that because of the knight covering, even though I'm not a big fan of that. So just remember the dark square bishop is still on the board because you may forget in a position like this, but okay, so I guess I have no choice but to do that then. You still can't come into there, so I have to wonder what we're doing here. Because it's very limited. But here the knight is probably better than the... Here the knight is actually better than the bishop itself. Because the bishop is very limited, they blocked it with their own pawns, kind of. So the knight becomes a liability, as it typically often is. You can go to there, and there's not much I can do about it. With this, you could go here. It's not really going to be worth it, but I can't think of what else to do, so... I'm going to lose to some little nuanced pawn fucking bullshit because this is just annoying. So at least here you could go there. I'm accepting the fact that that one they could have taken like at any time they wanted to, but they're somehow not doing it. They could attack the knight. I mean, they can do a lot. Like, they've had so many options, and just... I'm making it too easy for these people to, again, get what seems like a winning option in a position where they don't have to. If they go there, okay. It would be worth it for them because they get to... I'd almost be willing to do it because I'm so frustrated with this position that I would give them... It's not even that they're winning, but I just don't care enough. That's the thing. That's my big weakness in the game. I just don't care. Now you're going to give them a fucking whole chain of passed pawns that allows them to do what? Okay, whatever, dude. Not a very good effort, I'll tell you that much. But now they could even just raise it. Now it would be as simple as going there to, wait, oh. Unbelievable. Yeah, I almost feel like I'm throwing a little bit because I just can't. I can't play this sort of stale style that I obviously can appear to do. Like, there's nothing stopping me from doing it. It's like this little fucking... They're not really winning. They're not really doing anything. They're just... This is what it'll come down to, I guess, more and more now. Okay, we'll do one more piece of art, I guess. So for one more loss coming out, probably. But these two at least teach you one thing, is that they're draws, right? These two games are objectively draws. So the fact that I lose them doesn't even really matter because I could have drawn them too. It's like, it's up to me. I'm just choosing not to. I'm choosing to play in kind of a lazy way, as I often do. Right, there's nothing there. That's what I mean. Like, beat me in some other impressive way and I'll give it to you. I got no problem, but it's just nothing. There's nothing there. That game is very stale. It's like this kind of position here, you have to kind of know what you're doing. And the problem is that, you know, like what is the game plan? Ah, yes, of course. Just do that. Like, why? Why do that? I don't get it. What the fuck is that move? Like, ah, yes, of course. Just give them an en passant. Just so intuitive. I have no, like, yeah, of course. But the point is that there's just nothing really happening in the game. It's got to be like even here. Okay, you give them an open file. It's coming down to such minor things that is kind of annoying. Like all these random pawn moves that it wants you to make. But now this becomes a disaster. So just by giving them that open file, they're not even up by any material really at that point. But okay, let me change my shit once more. This should be the last one of this set. So it would be this is one of the rare instances where my channel actually has, at least my main channel has like several pieces of art that are all the same thing, where it just has like slightly different text or like episode numbers on it. I tend to avoid doing that on my main channel at least. On my second channel, that's almost exclusively what I do because I just upload, like I spam upload shit because I have like a fixed weekly thing, but so now we'll go to the board. Oh, we got to change this thing. So 36. I don't know how I used to do this really. 40. So I'll treat it like this is actually different, even though it's probably the fucking same. Like I could even look at it to decide. Whoops. 54. I don't know how much it's changing by. Like I'm using the arrow key to do it. 40. So if I go again, how much does that change it? It hardly seems like it makes any difference at all, but I guess I'll still do it. To whatever extent that those are valuable. Now I think the next one here is also the Meridia, but it's like some other weird, well, it's where it doesn't do it all the way. Meridia yellow, but then the other ones are just random, whatever I have as a set anyway. Which is actually fine with me. And again, I won't say that some of these I haven't used already in the course of this run, but it kind of matches with that a little bit. The board is kind of semi-gold too. Okay, can I just win a couple of these? Or again, even draw them? So here you like don't take, I guess, or this is like playing into some sort of trap, but I don't actually see what it is. Or this becomes very dangerous for you, doesn't it? Because even if you take, I can take into a check and then take. Like that seems like very devastating. But of course, this is all part of their opening theory. This is Fabiano Caruana is gonna make me in fucking 9 moves. Like, this is really the level that you get at. That's gotta really be fucking. I mean, I guess he didn't lose in 9 moves, but he resigned in 9 moves, which is a little different. There's quite a number of threats that come from this, even if you know, you would lose a piece there, you would lose a piece there, you would lose a piece. Oh no, I guess you could just take it. I guess you could just take it because then the knight covers. Never mind. I guess I thought that was better than what it is, but it's still fine. Like I could have ignored it even more and then taken again, but that's like a little bit too greedy. Yeah, I'm relatively content with what's happening in these games. It's just like that little extra boring factor that you have to get used to of again knowing it's a draw, trying to play for a draw, trying to put forth a little extra effort to maybe make it not be a draw, even though it really seems like it is. So this isn't as bad as it seems at all. They could just simply take with the pawn itself, although that sort of splits the pawns in a way that might be undesirable. If you take with the knight, I can just sit on it. I'm only up +1 pawn. If they simply take back, it's not a big deal. But every response besides taking with the pawn or the knight is going to be a bad response. Right, there's nothing else you can do on the other side. There's nothing else you can worry about the check. Yeah, you have to appreciate what a 1700 is on here because you've seen how hard it is to do this, even if it's just in the context of time or something else. You can do the little cheeky thing, I can do this, and then even if they castle, I can figure it out. Or, I mean, I guess they did, but it didn't matter because sometimes I drag this out a little bit too long. Right, like, oh, I'm trying to stop the pin, which is valuable for me, but if I take here, this will be a split pawn, unless they take with that. Or they could take with the thing itself. There's no real need for me to take right now. You know, it's a good hard mode when it takes like a whole fucking piece of art to convey what the format actually is. All ghosts have 200 HP. Luigi has to ride his vacuum and also be in the hidden mansion and also have all these bugs that are... Wait. Oh, I was gonna say, did I just lose that for nothing? I almost wasn't paying attention to it in that way. Right, so the knight kind of almost tricks me. So you're hitting this, which is actually uncovered. Again, I turned down the trade, but I didn't realize that's what it would be. This is maybe not the greatest thing, but at least my time is good. I'm just too lazy to really do it at the level that I want to. That's what it comes down to. Right, like there's so many games where it doesn't even matter, haven't studied, openings, blah, blah, blah. It's just like if you really calculate long enough, but this is what faster formats teach you is the wrong thing. I guess you could say they teach you to try to calculate faster, but what they actually do is they teach you not to calculate at all because you just feel like, you know, you're more worried about just making a quick move than the best move. And at this stage, that's a disastrous perspective to have because you should care about that above all. Right, is the quality of the move itself. You're going to have like a third thing you can do. And that is going to be the, oh yeah, this is perfect here. You're going to bring like a third attacker in, but it doesn't matter. Or no, I can't do that. I don't know, like I want to... I love this kind of move because it allows you to, you know, fork pieces effectively for a trade, but... This will at least force you into an awkward position with the bishop itself. And the reason why is because you get to... That seems cute, but it doesn't really do anything. I mean, even this is cute too. Like, everything is a little fucked up. If I move the knight, you take this. If I move this, you can take it. You would take, I would take, you would take, I would still take. And so... This allows you to at least pull the knight out from under them, and then if they take it's a single take. In other words, you could probably win this pawn then. Like now you'll triple attack it, and then... Okay, we'll try to do it like this then. So you're certainly putting pressure on the thing, on the bishop itself. You take, I take... You raise this, seems like it could be good at some point, but he's waiting for the opportune moment. I'm reminded of a line from the Queen's Gambit that I always misquote or forget even what exactly it is, but the guy who's like one of the love interests of Beth Harmon is like, you know, oh, I like the game, but I don't love it like you. I'm not as crazy about it as you are. Or like he's just kind of chilling and she's like obsessing over every little thing. Which is a good characterization, but it's also like, you know, you're like a stick in the mud. Right, to commit to one thing and one thing that much, and for it to be a fucking board game that ends in a majority of draws, like you'd have to really not think about what you're doing. Like, oh, chess players are smart. Also, they have to study for 20 years and they play from when they're a kid and do it all day, every day, and put in an ungodly amount of time and effort into something that didn't even historically make them much money. And even today will make you like equivalent of minimum wage, 2,000 a month kind of metric for a grandmaster. And it ends in a majority of draws. And okay, dude. As much as I'm talking shit about the game, I don't know. It's like just the effort level just isn't there. So there, you at least have to open the king. I could care less. I'm only -2, but I'm not even thinking or doing anything. So or I wasn't expecting that at all. And it all comes down to this fucking pawn, because otherwise I could just go there. Why does it not feel like that's extra yet? I don't get it. I don't know. I guess I just don't get it. Very strange. Like it is just all me. Like I'm in control of every one of these games. I can do whatever I want. I just don't care enough to do it. So many lazy moves. I'm not thinking. I'm trying to just do easy trades or something. It's just not really a good example. Even if it does work, it's like I'm just being extremely, extremely lazy. So that's fairly obvious. Even before that, though, apparently I'm not in the greatest spot. Yeah, that was a pretty bad streak. Maybe I should just stop there, but I'm not too happy about that. Two games that were pretty clearly draws that I just fuck up, and then, or again, I'm almost looking for something more interesting. I almost don't want to draw out of it. That one bothers me at least more because it feels like the first two, fine. Like I can live with the fact that most games are going to be like that. This one was just me making like an obvious mistake and not really paying attention. Okay, so today I'm going to continue what I was doing yesterday because I didn't do a very long session. Tuesday is the main day where I am supposed to play chess, and that might actually become true now because I'm going to have to actually replace these sessions. I never thought I'd say it, but with either PvZ Heroes and then Magic the Gathering. And the reason why is because these extra sessions are going to be necessary for me trying to ladder in that within a monthly basis of trying to get to rank 50, or I have to delete my account or whatever, right? Like if I was trying to get to Legend in Hearthstone. So that's what these chess sessions are good to represent. It's not just that I'm always playing chess there, it's that I'm playing something that's extremely time consuming that I wouldn't be able to do otherwise as part of my normal schedule if I only do it once a week, which is exactly how most of my categories are. And so it just happens to have been chess because chess is such a time sink, time whore of a game. But I almost feel like I used this title before, but maybe not exactly in the same way. I'm usually pretty good about that. And actually, Twitch has a pretty good feature that I never knew about until recently. Like, you can go back in your activity tab and it'll show you every title that you've ever used, or at least for like a couple years back, which is incredibly useful, especially when you change them. That's what I always complain about. When I go to download the VOD, yes, it'll have the title that I started with, but if I change it like 5 times throughout the stream, it's not going to save all of those, so I'll forget them, and some of them are actually pretty good and memorable, and you'd be surprised how much impact that has on like YouTube videos. If you title them something, if you reference the Hawk Tour girl, you'll get 10 times the views, unironically, because everybody's chasing clout from that shit. But the point, I did that in a Smite video, like, Cerberus has the most paralyzing spit since the Hawk Tour girl, and that one gets like 400 views, and all the other ones get like nothing. Like, it's just based on that alone. Right, nothing to do with the quality of the gameplay, nothing to do, because they're all the same. I'm not saying they're all good or they all deserve that. So we're gonna go ahead, we're gonna change the art here. So this was the hard locked moment. This is one of the coolest fucking ways to sort of bait somebody. Like, have you done, like, to prove I did a world first? Not that anybody would even dispute that, but oh, have you done this? Because if you did do it, then did you ever have to not ride the vacuum? And it's like, oh no, of course you have to ride the vacuum. That's the whole point of the run. Otherwise, you're cheating and breaking the whole format. But objectively, you would have to do it. You have to do a hard lock exception because you can't ride the vacuum over the ice onto there. And so therefore, you have to go turn off the vacuum hack thing, the code that makes you ride it, then walk across, pick up the key, then put it back on. So you would know that if you had done it. So like, that's a great way to test it. Did you beat the whole game while riding the vacuum? Of course I did. That's the whole challenge. That's the whole part of the hard mode. But except you can't. Lost to the pipe room. So that, again, this is something maybe you can't appreciate in the thumbnail itself. But now you get like a close-up view. So this is a good chance to show them off. And again, we're doing it in the permadeath context. But no, as far as my other chess series, they're sort of on the back burner where they're still ongoing. Like the permadeath mobile games, there's still some that I could do, but I'm not really focusing on it. I just kind of wanted to introduce that. And even like the permadeath sites, but I pretty much went through all of them. And what was the other thing? There was something else I was doing, wasn't there? Oh yeah, the permadeath variant gauntlet. Obviously, I'm kind of not even worrying about now. I won't say that it's over, but I'm treating it almost like, whatever. We had a couple epic ones in there and it's okay. I just didn't realize it would take that fucking long to actually do it. So yeah, lost to the pipe room, lost to dust, because you have to, like, all the things throughout the game that you're potentially losing to. Lost to dust because you get stuck on it or something and you're not able to suck it up and it glitches out. These are all like sick sort of hard mode things that happen that are almost like bugs, right? That aren't even intended. If you get blown up by a bomb or something from one of those purple ghosts, or the yellow ghost or whatever, you can't open doors and it bugs out and you have to reset. There's all these weird things. Lost to a door. So it's almost like a one-shot because it forces you to quit out and reset the game. Lost to a door because you can't open it. Lost to a pipe. Plumber loses to a pipe. Imagine that. Lost to ice, lost to the floor, like just sort of making a total mockery out of it. I was sort of trying to play into like Twitch meme culture and stuff like that in a lot of these initial videos. This is still pretty early on, right? This was literally the first series that I did coming back, although I didn't upload it right away. In fact, it took quite a while. In fact, if I was to look at that, like what percentage of stuff have I uploaded, it would be a very, very small amount of what I've done. So Meridia yellow, I went on a nasty 3-game losing streak last time, which is unfortunate. Oh wait, this one actually works? I thought I always wanted to use this one and it would never actually happen. Or maybe that's the other one. Hey Rage, how's it going? Thanks for the follow. Oh, this one's actually sick. Nothing will motivate me to play better than actually using a set that I like. Although it is maybe a little bit confusing. No, I think this is the one that I always wanted, and it never ever worked from the beginning. So yeah, we'll go with this one and try to redeem those 3 losses. 2 of them were draws that, again, I have the psychological tendency that I kind of have too much honor and integrity to play chess because you have to be a degenerate and get draws. But these 2 were objectively draws, and I just didn't have the patience or the whatever degenerate feel to go for it. This one I legitimately lost. I just made an obvious mistake though with the pin thing, and then he took, so it's fine. But I was playing at actually a high level for a while there, relative to me. Is that an extension? Yeah, it's not a actually. No, it's not a Lichess extension. It works with Lichess and other sites, but it's stylish. So you just go, or stylus, my bad. You go there and then you kind of look up what styles you want for what site. So there'll be all these kind of ones for Lichess, all these different piece sets. Unfortunately, a lot of them don't work anymore though, because some of them go back way like 10 years old. Let's go here and actually try to take it seriously. I gotta get acclimated. In fact, you know what I almost got to do is double check, because sometimes there'll be like one piece missing that just doesn't work. Like the set will work overall, but one of the pieces will be like blindfold, because I don't know why that happens. Like that one image file gets corrupted or something. So this is all pretty normal stuff. I'm not too happy with my whole. It's just all been laziness. Like I can do whatever I want, but I just never am trying hard enough, which is not really an excuse. It's just kind of a weakness. Like I take it for granted too much. Like this is the precipice of actually being, all I would need to do, since I never study, is like study openings, and I'm already 2000. Like that's honestly probably all it would take. I mean, it would take a certain amount of, again, more effort and playing to my maximum potential every game, which I clearly don't do. But it just, you can kind of feel it, because I've made it farther than I ever had before. This piece setup looks disgusting. I kind of like it, but I guess we have to suffer through it unless I lose. What was the one that Riv disliked so much when he was? Oh, like the Cthulhu one where it's like a double. Every piece is like a double. I can't remember. Like on the bottom of the bishop is another bishop. Everything has like two sides to it. I would take, they would take, which is not. You would think, oh, doubled pawns, but it doesn't always work like that. And in fact, this is annoying as hell too, because when the knight's there, then you can't really do the bishop development. So I don't know. Like my inclination is always to trade, but and then if I do this and that's not covered, like it's everything is just kind of messed up. I do kind of struggle with that position to the I'm already fucking up. See? Like whenever the knight goes there, even though it's not there right now, I already fucked up a pawn. If they feel inclined to take it. Switch to normal setup and you will gain plus 10,000 IQ. No, I mean I've been changing these constantly. So a lot of them aren't really like this. Like every time I lose a game, I have to change the set. So that's why there's so many of them. So it creates a good kind of variety to it. That's just like a little bonus challenge to what I'm doing. Okay, that's not a big deal. That's not a big deal either. Okay, I mean, I saw that like 5 milliseconds after it happened too, but this is okay. So we got the diagonal that I wanted so badly. And so this might actually still be okay. This pawn is obviously pinned to the queen. I almost hope he takes the knight. Please take the knight. Okay, we can just move it. It's really not important. So what we need now is just to oh, wait a second. Oh no, it's fine, it's fine. So yeah, just you can double take there, at least open the king. Now you could come into there and then you can't do anything about it. So that in itself is annoying. And even the act of me, I would take, they would take, I would take. We could do it and then react, but it won't change the fact that, oh, this could be kind of nasty if you do this first. So let him bait, let him do like, oh, you're going to take this. But I'm trying to be too fancy. Let him take this. Oh no, I blundered a pawn again, which I just did earlier. Then I'll do like this. Then you have to react to this. Then even if I take, then I take. It almost looks like it's not a bad idea. But then again, you'll end up losing this or something else. How the fuck do you cover this if you... Even if I do that, they would take, I would take, they would take. You could go here, and then they can easily push it out. I'm so confused. They're getting like these very nuanced pawn. Well, the first one was just obvious. This one's actually kind of, I'm the type to trade. I'm just not happy with this. Or now I can do it on the basis of the knight, but or I guess I could have always done that. I'm so okay. You can do like this, I guess. So now if they take, I take. They take, I still take. Only one pawn down. It's really not a big deal. Now I'm incentivized to take with this because of the simple fact that you don't want to split your pawns and mess them up like that. Okay, I'm actually pretty happy with the way this is turning out. Right, their king is open, so that in itself is worth at least like 1 point. They would take, I would take, they would take, I would. Okay, okay, dude. Okay, are you really serious? Who is this guy? Why is he? Okay, he's not even doing it. Like, I see it, but I mean, look, dude. Or now it doesn't even work because you blocked it, so never mind. He's doing like all these weird in-between things that are actually pretty clever, but now I can double take. That in itself is good, and you have no choice but to take. And the reason why is because now if you don't, then you move it, then I take that. Or I guess you could just cover it. Bro really thinks he's doing something here. 15 years old because they always put their birthday in the in the fucking thing. Okay, we double, we take back. I think my chat's bugging out. Oh, you go there. I'm very happy with this position now. See, this is always the kind of position that I, whether to my credit or not, I can always kind of create this sort of position. But what happens after that is a problem because then either I flag or they'll come here, which I don't want to allow that at all. And also they could come and attack this. So I don't know. If to stop them from coming in too far here. It's really going to be this one that becomes a problem. You can go here. Like, how do you know? How do you even know, dude? I don't even know what I'm doing, and you know what to do. Like, they would take, I would take. Like, I don't know. You could try to do some sneaky little play with this, so it's not really going to matter. They would take, I would take, and then they would take. So I don't think I actually want to take there. This is where time becomes such an issue, too. I don't know. Fine, I'll just be lazy and take. Like, you... Okay, dude. Okay, he knows what I'm going to do before I know. We'll go ahead, we'll go here. You'll double stack it, and then I won't be able to cover it somehow. Because... Why? I mean, his pawns are a little ugly in terms of their whole positioning, but... You go here, and so now you'll take... So that doesn't really help me. You can't really double stack it. What you can do is you can try to cover it with this, which again, you could just take then. You could do it here, and then you could attack it with the thing. Like, technically... Okay. Technically, it doesn't matter too much, but now you're going to do this, and then there's going to be a problem there. And so why can't I just attack the rook now? Oh, because you'll block it, of course. Fucking... You'll take it with the bishop, then I'll take, then you'll take. So it won't be worth it, right? They would take, I would take, they would take, I can't take. It's like they have to take with that first because otherwise I take the bishop for free. Hmm. I actually understand. They're like a pawn master when it comes to getting these little things in between little, minor advantages. They might just make a mistake. No, or they could even take too. I don't understand. Now they'll win because of this one pass pawn, like, actually. I don't know. Like, I'll just try to do it, but why won't they even? Okay, okay, dude. Okay. I'm just kind of playing salty already. Like, it just feels so weird. Like, why is he so fast? Why is he so good? He's not doing anything that crazy though, so that could have still easily been a draw. Even that one pawn, he very likely wouldn't have been able to promote all. Well, maybe he would have. I don't know. It's just getting triggered by every game. Well, I guess we don't have to use this ugly set apparently, but if only I could use the other minimalistic one. Like, I'm losing by a little bit, but I'm not too. That's a blunder. I don't see why it's a blunder. Or oh, I guess I could have taken that sooner than I expected. See, like here it's completely even, and even as it goes on, sometimes it looks worse than it is. Like, that's not even a blunder. That's fine. And so now, yeah, see, it's still a draw. Okay. I mean, aside from that, giving up just a fucking mate, it's just one of those unusual king positions that you don't really think about. Okay, so let me change my art again here. This one is a clip like where I am making fun of, how do you solve Luigi's Mansion? The easy way, like the forehead. Just do insert thing here, right? Just whatever. Kind of like the elitist victim blamer mentality that I would sometimes have. That's why people would sort of associate that emote with me a little bit, like, oh, if you're poor, just buy a house, kind of thing. But in a serious sense, like, yeah, that's what you have to do. I mean, just work hard like everybody else. But no, it's like, just get a generator, and then every room is gonna be lit anyway. So, oh, there's a blackout, just get a generator, and then the ghosts don't show up in the fucking thing anyway. Now see, this one I won't even use because this is the same chess.com set that we've seen like a million times. And this one I won't use if it's like that. Even if they do all appear, like, how am I supposed to know? Yeah, see, Imgur doesn't work anymore. That's why I'm using Flickr myself. But even here, you can't do anything with that. Like, that's unfair. Even if they're not ideal, I'll still use them. But as long as they actually work properly, that one's just stupid. Yeah, see, like, even this, I'm obligated to use it. I can't wait till I get this to the Star Wars one again. That's why I'm losing so many on purpose. But now I've fallen below 17, so can I please just... Now this one could be a little distracting, there's no question about it. So the bishop is pretty clear with the thing. The queen is that one. I don't even know what these emotes are called anymore, but I like the one just with the eyes itself, or the pawns. So the rook is the one in the dumpster. The... Why is the knight? The knight has coffee. Like, what does that have to do with anything? But what's really annoying is, how do you tell whether they're white or black? Just, I get, that's annoying. Just like the way that they're facing. Okay, this goes here. Like, it's not too bad, but in some ways this might even help with your visualization. Like, you have to go by certain other things, but you're hitting this, it's not covered. You might end up paying attention more now because otherwise you take it for granted. So this is fine. If I go here, you take, or you don't. Wait, oh no, with that. You got to go just by the way that they're looking with respect to the way that they are facing. And so that last guy kind of triggered me. Like, the last 4 games I've just gotten kind of triggered. I'm kind of taking it too light on these people. Like, just get a draw, play it normally, it's fine. You don't have to do anything crazy. You go ahead, we pin it down. This is a bishop, this is a knight, this is knight, still needs development. You got to open this, you got to bring the thing there, you can put this here. This is covered by that as well. We'll just do it. Now you're double attacking this, which doesn't bother me at all. And the reason why is because Okay, this is attacking here, so I can't bring the knight forward. Like, my pink flamingo thing is so good, but then I don't always stay true to it. So you have bishop, bishop attack. This would open this and then allow the attack there. So in that context, I don't want to do it. And so I could just not do it, I guess. Right, no, normally it does actually tell you to do that, but like, what would be my ideal pawn structure now? Since we only have knights, I guess it doesn't matter. So if I do this, you can create some weird clumped up sort of structure. I don't know, actually. You got to bring out the see, like, for example, this is guaranteed to be trapped in there for a trade at least, right? So that in itself is good. So I'm doing a good job at least of forcing the trades here. Whether they're optimal or not, I can't really say. They seem kind of moderate. Right, you go here, you do that, you do that. So again, I'll have a knight and they'll have a knight, and that's all that's like, or wait, a knight and a bishop. Wait, where's my other? I have two knights. They have a knight and a bishop. Or yeah, I just said that you can't do that. Aren't you sniping my stream? So anywhere you go, it's gonna be forced. Now you're just giving me free pawn development too in doing this. Or does that actually allow you to escape? How? How is that possible? Bro is literally an escape artist, I guess. I don't know what the fuck happened. So now these pawns are very awkward, I must admit. Where you now this is gonna get attacked too, and I'm not gonna be able to escape. Well, I don't know how they really managed to escape that. Again, all I'm trying to do is get a trade. Really, it's not a big deal. You go here, so they have a single light square bishop, and the knight is relatively irrelevant for now, even though they are trying to bring it in here. You can go here and you can try to trade yet again. It's a good philosophy if you really just think about my whole trading principle. The more that we're trading, the less I have to fear, but then I still lose in some attrition way that's kind of like I get triggered by it because I'm giving these people too much credit. Oh, it's an exact mirror matchup too with the same exact rating. Like, I give these people too much credit because I say I'm not saying I'm that good, but they're definitely not that good, and they, I let them off the hook too much, right? The 1700s are who I think they are, and I let them off the hook because I always just kind of am lazy and don't like draws and whatever. So they would take, I would take, they still can't take. So I don't even have to worry about it. Right, they would take, I would take, they can't take because this is still covered. So we've turned this into actually an interesting pawn structure. This would give him a passed pawn. This wouldn't, but this would split my pawns in a very undesirable way. Maybe that pass pawn isn't that big of a deal. It does force me to, or wait, it's okay, I guess. This one just seems super weak, but then again, their pawns aren't the greatest either. They have three here, I have three here, which again, that can always be rectified for what it is, but if you go here, I can take. You go here, I can take. I don't know what exactly that does. But I'll go for the trade again. I mean, sometimes people will play into this where they decide to just, they'll decide to, okay, they'll just take the trades. It's almost like when two GMs will sort of agree to a draw early. It's like we're both, capable of playing better than this, but we're both lazy, and so we just trade everything at the first chance and just draw and just get it over with, like, to sort of simplify it. But he's trying to be all cute. Now he has no choice but to do it because if you bring the queen, I can still just take, and it doesn't even matter. Or wait a second. No, I can't even go there. These are fine, I guess. If I go here, they would take, I would take, they would take, I would take, they would still take. See, they're not really doing anything. This is the credit that you either have to take away from the game of chess and just how it works, or the credit that you have to give to something else. Like, it is a case where it always just ends up being like this. So now, they would take, I would take. If they don't take, I'm fine with this as well. You got the one anchor here. This one is very odd. Um, Wait, why would I even have thought that I wanted that? Like, yes, I want to trade, but you could get like an octopus knight here. I'm just trading everything at the drop of a hat. Like, I don't even care. Just fucking trade. So this one's pretty much dead because I'm not going to be able to cover it. You can go here for now. And so let him take that. I don't care. I frankly can't do anything about it. So I would take, you would take, I would take, you would take. Or that was the ultimate bait moment. If you had taken this, I could have taken that. So I can't really cover that. You can do kind of a cheeky thing here, right? If you take, I can just take. But if you take with the knight, I could take with the queen. So it's knight versus knight, then take, but then take. The extra take is not the good take because you have to. First of all, you do have to move this anyway. I would take, you would take, I would take. I don't know. I don't I don't like where this guy is right now. You go here, I guess, and then you have an octopus knight in a situation where they do not have a pass pawn still. And so what you're doing is you're trying to create a scenario where you're hitting this, you can hit it here as well. This pawn is going to be, where you have trouble justifying a take. You go here, and everything should be fine. And the reason why is because you would need to at least double attack this or something. So this is fine, this is fine. Now you leave that there, this is being adequately attacked, or it's not. But I need like the queen to attack it, I need like the knight to attack it. They're +1, but I don't feel too intimidated. My pawn structure was kind of worse earlier. Now I'm sort of in no man's land with this one, but they kind of match each other out. So it felt like they could have had a much better pawn structure than me if they had played it out a little better, but this one is going to be like here. And now there's going to be a very sneaky play that you can potentially make with this, where you get to you would take, I would take, you would take, I would take, you would take, I would take, you would still take. What? If I could like threaten the queen or something, like for example this you can't address, you can't take the knight because then I'll take the rook, right? So you can technically do this because I'm forking, and if you take, I don't care. Like objectively, you have to save this, but if you save this, I take this. If you take this, I take this. So you're not only forking the rooks, but you're attacking the rook again that is uncovered, right? And so now you would have to take in a way that saves that at the same time, which you just simply can't do. That's a ballsy. That could be like a brilliant move, actually. Well, it's not that special, but I don't see what reaction you could do that would save the fork and the other rook at the same time. If you simply cover it, then I already took the rook. And so now you might try to pick up something with the pawn, but it's certainly justifiable to just do this here. If you take, I take. If you take, I take. It would actually still be fine. You can't even do it. Wait, but this is theirs. Wait, what? Or it's the stupid ass thing too that's in the way. That was like a clever little thing, I suppose. So now you move that. We could bring it to here, I guess. I don't know. Now the danger becomes flagging in a game that's relatively even the whole way. It's all these like minute little things that don't really determine the outcome. Right, like they were up by a little bit, but it wasn't enough to win. Now I would be up by a little bit. If they raise again, I could take. I'm not really too impressed by it. So what you have is the ability to you go back there to cover it. It's okay. I would take. You would take. I would take. You would still take. You go here. I don't know. I really don't know. I'll still target it even though they're already there. They could try to move it. They could try to do some sort of bait play. Otherwise, they're hitting the knight there. It doesn't seem like a big deal. At some point, you just have to hurry up. Oh. Oh, wait. It wasn't even me, but I didn't know that. Hmm. It still wouldn't be me. What? Or no, it would be now. So what do I have to do? I have to take the thing, or you'll take there, or couldn't I just cover there basically? You could just cover it in such a way that, and you're threatening the queen as well. So now you could like give a check and then fuck me over like that. You don't have to take the knight. It's more so that you have to, if you do that, you can just go in there and then you're dead. So what you can do is you can either cover this or you can, here you could just give the check and then I'm fucked by the bishop. Or again, you're already mated, so, well, I wasn't expecting that, but I can blame the piece up for it, I guess. I don't fucking know. Well, this is going to be one of those terrible precipitous downfall streaks because it almost does feel a lot of the time like you're doing it on purpose, and I don't know how to explain that really. Like you're just not really interested, you're just not really trying. Because again, we've seen some good players. I'm not saying he's bad, but it doesn't feel like really that like what is that move? What is that? Where I just, I'm giving up what should be a mate. I don't get it. You could try to do this. I don't really know what's happening. I go on these good and bad streaks, but I'm on a pretty terrible streak right now, and to some extent, I don't really understand it. There's something like deliberate about it, where it's like you're deliberately being extremely lazy. Even this game, I was trying to trade like crazy, which again, you can always get to a sort of comfortable position by doing that. I mean, just with the amount of time, I don't think you would expect much to happen there. Okay, let's change to the next one again. It's just all an effort thing right now. Like, I've shown what I can do if I concentrate, which again would at least be to draw all of these people every time because they're not doing anything. That's the biggest thing I always say in chess. Like, it's a game where you don't actually do anything because anything that you can see your opponent can see relative to your level. So people mistakenly say, "Oh, it's so many draws because you played the highest level," but that's not even the reason why. Right? There's something else to it entirely where it's sort of just sometimes how the game works. You can just kind of calculate everything, and if it's a long enough time format, you expect to see a lot of draws. So there's nothing really instructive that's happened in a lot of these games. So I'm having trouble explaining it. This one is kind of like that, whatever, the letter from some Super Mario Brothers show from back in the day. Spoilers: Luigi dies. So this is a nightmare of a room. The I forget what like I called it. I had some like stupid pun or whatever. I can't remember. Mirror room, more like mirror doom or something. I don't know. But yeah, they fucking bombard you like crazy. Sealed room, more like sealed doom. Like your fate is. Oh, that's why I chose the letter too. Your fate is sealed, like a letter. I guess maybe was my thought process. You can go with the board here, and you can decide to basically do the piece set as well. And so now, let me try to get back to 17. It's like I'm getting bored, but for a different reason because Mr. Pickle. Now this one I don't mind because if it's just that, then the rest of the set is normal. So that should be fine. So let's try it with this one here. No, but I would love to see what it is that these people are doing. Like, what are they doing that is triggering me so much? Because it seems pretty much like nothing. I really don't understand why I'm being like this. I expect it to be too easy, or yeah, like this is that same stupid ass knight position that I don't know what the fuck you're meant to do with the Darkspur Bishop in that scenario because you can't even pin it down. But maybe you're meant to do like this. Because that, no, but even that doesn't work because the Darkspur Bishop is there too. Like, so they would take, I would take, they would take, I would take, they would take, I can't take. You go to here, you attack there. Wow, what a clever, cute thing, which doesn't even work because this stupid ass thing is there. The knight's already there. Which even that, I mean, this is really something, huh? So now you wouldn't want to necessarily take even, but if you do, then because if you take, then you open the H file in a way that is undesirable too. So I mean, this could just show you that they have a certain knowledge of openings. So all you have to do is not move your own. But the question is, how do I attack this then? And the answer is, I have no idea. You should almost try to do something like that, but you just can't even do it. There's no way to attack it. Like, you can never attack that piece then for the rest of your life. So just ignore it, I guess. You go there, which is an interesting dynamic, but if I take, you take, and then it's very easy for you to do something. So what if I go here? Then whether you take or not is not going to be relevant, and then I can figure out what to do from there with respect to the you would take, I would take. You're still under threat, but I don't have the balls to take. You always got to be weary if the H file is fucking cancer. Right, it's one of the easiest ways to destroy somebody in the opening offensively. And these people must think you're fucking stupid or something though. Like you really think you're gonna fall for shit like this, but you will. You could be fucking Alireza and you'll fall for, whatever the fuck. You'll fall for some kind of dumb thing with oh, I could do this, but then you take in check obviously, so you can't. So I'm generally fine with this because what it does is it sort of settles everything down. So now you can be relatively content. And so what happens is there shouldn't be much that they can really do. If they raise, I can raise here, even though that's not a good position to be in. You can go here, so now you can't move the knight, even though there's no good really follow-up for that. I might just take it, though, since it's seeming to cause me so much trouble. And now all they would have to do is some sort of dinky pawn thing, which is maybe not that big of a deal. So now it becomes a question, do I really want to do that? And the answer is I don't want to do it. But now you'll move this shit somewhere and fuck me over here. I would take, you would take, then you'd have a sexy double diagonal thing with the fucking bishops. You would want to have done that, but you can't even do it now at all. And so now I really don't want to do it, but I'll do it anyway against my better judgment. Now you can almost go here. It's very strange, but I mean, again, whenever I play these adventurous type of things that are kind of fun or interesting or different or unique, it's always bad because everything's a settled science this way. If you take, I take, it's perfectly fine. If you move the rook, it's fine. If you castle, or I guess that's fine too. Now here you're kind of trapped in there to some extent, even though that's opening the light square diagonal in a way that probably I don't want to do even. I can't figure out really what to do with my light square bishop at all. Try to go here, but no matter what you do, these should be covered anyway. That's a little bit annoying, but I mean, I guess the way to really deal with it is just to sidestep it all together and then just not even worry about it, because you still can't do anything with that. So it just leaves these kind of vulnerable in a weird way that I don't get it. Like, what kind of a game are we playing? Like, what is this? Why is he being so overly fucking clownishly aggressive? You should be grateful because then you get to show off what a good defensive ace you are, which I sometimes can be, because I'm so just defensive and reactionary and everything like that. But it makes you wonder, like, why do people even do this? I mean, let me try to give him a taste of his own medicine a little bit. You'll raise it. And the inconvenience of the knight is never to be underestimated. But wait a second. You'll raise it, then I'll have to move it, then you'll take this, I guess. I mean, all I want to do is move it. Like, I don't understand why this is such a fucking hard thing to do. So we survived whatever weird H-pawn push, but again, I don't punish them for these positions, so it's like, even if I survive, it doesn't matter. So like, if they take, I take, so I'd need another cover on there, which is hard to even get. They would take, I would take, they would take. So if I attack with the thing, with the, if I attack with the queen, so now they would take, I would take, they would take, I would still take. Then they'll bring it in again. But then at that point, I suppose I could raise it because now the king is no longer in such a dire position with it because you know, it's basically just like it's not going to really be going anywhere. And this is getting kind of annoying though. Like, look at how these games are going. Now, if it wasn't for this stupid ass thing, you could easily just. I mean, why not even do this? Because it opens the light square diagonal, I guess, which might not even be that bad. But let's do this to try to annoy the shit out of the bishop itself. And in a weird way, if you did this, you'd be setting up for that. Right? Because you get to. It'd be some kind of weird mate that happens, I bet. They would take, and then I made it because you can't do anything or something. I don't know. You create these fucking clown positions that end up just being dumb. Like I'm trying to do something simple like that, but it's not really going to work somehow. Okay, dude. I don't care. Go ahead, do it. I don't get it. Because you can't check on the other square, so how? Oh, okay. I don't know. I just give up. I can't really play right now. It's like I don't really care. I'm expecting it to be very easy, so if it's not, I just don't even want to bother. And it does get extremely boring in some of these games because you see the kind of way it's going. I'm not even trying. Like, I'm not even looking. I don't care what they're doing. Like, why are you playing like such an aggressive fucking clown? Like, you think you're Judith Polgar or somebody. Yeah, it'll work at 16 whatever fucking rating. Like, good for you, but it's fine, dude. Okay, I'll do like one more, I guess, and then I just give up. This is at least instructive in the sense that it shows you my same tendency. Like this is the same reason why it would have taken me this long to get here in the first place. It's the same thing. I've always played the same way. Yes, I've probably learned certain little things over time. Right, but in reality now we're using the same one again because I use this one maybe too much. Whatever, where it's just like episode numbers, but I'll still do it. So we go here, let's just do it quickly. So fucking annoying. Like, just give me a couple easy wins, and then I can deal with it. Mutual Berserkers, Neo Mod. No. Neo Pizza, we've used that one enough. Neo Wood, I'm pretty sure we've used a million times. New Metro. Okay, this one's at least unique. Right, some of these sort of repeat a lot in here. Did we do the board? I forgot if we just did it. Um, actually, I don't remember. I guess I'll assume I just did it, or I don't want to skip one. Like, where did I just start here today? I'd have to go back and look at like what was I just using in the last fucking game? If I look at my own channel. These I'm just sort of changing the hue of it every game to see if that has any relevance, but it really doesn't. Right, like it's not very enjoyable to. Let me see. Okay, that was the one that's like a little bit cleaner, so it must be this one. Right, so we did the set, we did the background, we did this. The board. Okay, let's try one more. Okay, the key thing is just try to put forth a little bit of effort, but that is a lot to ask. So you can do this, it's perfectly fine. You can do this even. Okay, I'm very happy with that. And even a seemingly awkward trade there. I'm just going full trade fiend anyway, though. I could double attack it, which is not that big of a deal. Even if you do, it's maybe better even to do it like this, but you could just take it then. So there's no pin play going on. Even as much as I love bishops, I can't help but do that trade anyway. This is be annoying and try to trade, so we can just non-stop go like that. You got to come up with the optimal sort of pawn structure for the. See how quickly he let that position be dictated. Right, he let it be where you traded everything because you get to just be lazy. Like there's no way any of that is optimal, really. There's no real punishing play for that, so they just really did make a mistake. No, I'm kind of stunned though, whether by myself and how much of a clown I am, or whether by how people are playing. I don't really know. Nothing what they're doing seems really that good, but like look where his king is. Like, is this really how you play? I won't be the one to punish it, but like, how do they know that? You take. If I take, you take, but I can take with the rook. If you take, I take. You're double threatening here. You could raise this, but then you could end up take, take, take. I don't know that it would really be a mate or anything that good. Like, why don't I think about it instead? Or I can just do that, give a check again, and I could hit this. Now the question is, would it be worth it? And the answer is it kind of would be, because whatever you do with this is probably not going to matter too much. Like, you're double threatening, but I am also covering with the thing. They would take, I would take, they would take, I would still take. Okay, so now you can try to go here, or no, wait. That was not exactly what I was expecting, but they would, it makes sense though looking at it, so I'm not sure. They would take, I would take, and then they would just take. It wouldn't be mate, but it's still troublesome, so there's nothing I can do about it. There's just nothing I can do. So again, I keep allowing these positions that you should take a little bit of time to think about. This could honestly just end up getting me stuck there, because they'll take, I'll take, they'll take, and then I can't move, I guess. No, I'm kind of dumbfounded. It feels like I'm losing on purpose, but I won't say that. It is on purpose because, like, I'm not trying, but I don't know why. I just had a good streak like that too, where it's still not that big of a deal. Like, that's really all it did for them. But now something bad's gonna happen, or you're doing that, you're pinning it down, and so now you get to go like here, you're double attacking. So what if you what could he do even? They're making some mistakes here and there seemingly, but it seemed like they had almost just won the game right there, but then they fucked it up. So I'm not the only one who can make a mistake. This is fucking annoying. So you might not be able to do anything about that, and if you do, then you should probably get this one too. There might have been even something better, but as long as I don't let him give some crazy check that's actually going to do anything of substance. So should I even really worry about that pawn? And the answer is there's no scenario in which it could be a problem, because you could just sack the thing for it. So they played actually fairly dangerously. See, this is what I mean. Like, even you play badly, but you still get away with it. So I don't deserve that at all. I didn't do anything special. Maybe I should do some silent thing. Like, if I just keep going and fucking try to recover some of this. But it kind of goes against the essence of what I try to do. Like, let me do one more here. I just want to get back at least to 17, just for whatever that's worth. So you go here, you take, I can go here or not. This can sometimes be dangerous too, like where if you just, like, why is this not, why does it matter? Like, you should easily be able to do so many things. Because this next move is potentially crushing, or hmm, that is just pretty frustrating, but okay, dude. Okay, dude, okay. I don't understand why people play in the opening like this at what is supposedly a high level play too. Right? They're gonna mate me somehow. They're gonna fucking do something. I'm not very developed and my king is pretty exposed, but somehow they're gonna take this and turn it into something good for them. Right? This is actually all part of their master plan as a god level attacker at 16 fucking rating, 1600 with 22,000 games played. But it seems like more they just cut their losses with that. So even though this seems good, there's no reason why you can't do one move of development to try to save the trouble of, no reason why you can't do that. And the reason why is because it shouldn't change the fact that they're still uncovered there. So what you have now is a simple reality to take that, and there's nothing you can do about it. That's kind of just cute. The night covers night connection is present. So now there should be nothing to worry about either. You can't take, take. This could take back. This could take back still. Look at this clown behavior that they put on display, dude. I just don't approve of the way that people are playing, but I have to punish it, I guess. Okay, you could do that. I'm getting a little weary of how, like, can I just do something where they can't give a check? Is that possible to, they shouldn't be able to give a check from here for like one move. Just let me fucking have some peace. That's often what I'm asking for in chess, especially in the opening. Like, just give me a second. Like, just give me one move of peace and quiet where I can fucking do something. Right? Like, that's it. Now I win the game and I don't give a shit because you're a fucking clown. Oh yeah, this is really gonna work. You're really gonna trap my dumb ass because you fucking suck. You can go to here. You can try to. Still can't really give a check. You could sack it for like a double take on the. You're not really sacking it even, but that would be fine. Or you could have tried to escape like that too. But I'm trying to put a little more pressure almost. I mean, it'd still be worth it to get it out of there if you were really worried about it, but I'm not even. So now you can easily get out of there. If you move one of the knights, you can always take something instead. That is a little bit scary, so maybe I should move this. They're not doing anything really above and beyond, but they just kind of surprised me a little bit. You can go to here, you're immediately attacking into the queen. I'm not sure I really see the brilliance of that move. That seems a little cute. That would have been a much more annoying check the last move, but I guess they just couldn't have done it. I'd be tempted almost to do that to where, well, I can't though. I need the slice square bishop out. I could pin the stupid ass knight. And the reason why is because I could bring the bishop there. So you're acting like, oh, these knights trap my queen, but they really didn't. It's just kind of constricting its movement a bit. I should do like one of those notepad things where like I'm doing it silently, but then I'm still okay. This kind of constricts myself even too much. I don't like this lack of development that I have, but I also don't see a crazy threat that they're posing. What if I just go here? All I would want is basically to compel a trade at some point because, again, when they play so clownishly aggressively, you can always get away with that. Right, because now it's no concern. Now it's over. It was already kind of in my favor, but it's especially in my favor now. Even if that meant I gave up what could have been a potential, whatever. Now, what's interesting about that is you can't actually take, because of course, we just lost to something similar to that earlier. So we'll do this first, it's perfectly fine. We are threatening the knight, so it discourages you from taking the thing. You can go to here, you're also hitting this, everything's perfectly fine. If you take, I take. So now you can't afford to leave that. You could, if you take this, I take the knight kind of a thing. So you are obligated to ignore it and stay connected to the knight. And so I could take this. You sort of sidestep that, and then you can sort of hit him again here, which means you can still kind of dance around the issue at hand. It does sometimes give me a heart attack when that happens, like, it's just, you think, oh, somehow I got mated when that sound happens, because it's the same sound. Okay, I'll try to play a game. Should I do it? Because I feel like it goes against what I'm trying to do, but I'll never get anywhere either. Let me try to find that thing, the mic muted one. I'll just do one to try to get to 17 and see if it drastically affects my play. Okay, so today I'm going to try to get back to 17 and redeem that kind of bad streak that we're on. So this one we already have to change the art. We lost. This one I was winning actually pretty handily, and I keep just getting super lazy, and I don't know what to say. So this one is one of my favorite clips actually from obviously earlier on the channel, like where it's one of those uncanny moments where like I predict exactly what's going to happen. I beat a boss, and there's this trend in the game that probably, if you think about it, it's obvious, but maybe it's not something people would point out, or I was just so on point with it. Like, every time you beat a boss in Dark Souls 2, or a lot of the time, there'll be like this NPC afterwards. Like, there'll be a dead end either, or there'll be an NPC afterwards that's like, come back later, right? Like, there's a blue sentinel guy in the church after you beat Dragon Slayer Ornstein 2.0, and he just says, "Oh, you're not worthy, be gone." And then the other guy, like a fucking, uh, whatever, there's like a dwarf or something after the executioner's chariot. That's even what I say. So I run down the list of that, and I'm like, I bet this guy's gonna talk shit to me. It's like a rat, right? The rat king. And I'm like so on the nose. So those are the kind of moments that are my signature. Like, I notice things that maybe aren't super obvious, or that I wait, how is it only one? I guess I must have won a couple in there. Yeah, I went on a bad streak, then I went on a good streak. What I also want to do is I want to like react to this, because these can sometimes be fun. But what I'll do is I'll sort of test it, because like, oh, you shouldn't just show it, even though people do react to stuff and they do show it. But this just came out, so let's try it. But I'll do it as like an audio reaction where I just listen to it in the background, I guess. So let me try it like that, because I'm just curious to see. You shouldn't get in trouble even for showing it, because I've seen countless streamers do show full videos like that. But we'll listen to that a little bit, and then let me change my shit. So I changed that, changed the board. So Anna is known as a very genuine sort of person, so you would think, oh, she would struggle to beat the lie detector test. I've seen some of these other ones like Magnus and Hikaru and stuff. My friend had a good joke with the Hikaru one, like, he asked, "Do you ever cry during a chess game?" And then he's like, he says no, but it's like, no, he cries all the time. He cries on stream after every single game that he loses, like, because he always is complaining, but not the same form of crying exactly. Neo Wood, that one we did. That's the same thing. New style. Okay, this one's pretty good. Yeah, let me. I don't want to distract myself while I'm playing, but let me see.
Do you think you're a better content creator than Andrea?
So I'll try to do it just with the audio alone. I'll just listen to it in the background
Oh goodness,
and see.
Can I even say that?
That's a lie.
Do you get unsolicited requests from fans?
Everybody gets unsolicited requests from fans, though. That's no big deal.
The cow opening is a good opening.
And I like how Hikaru bashed the cow opening too. It was like, oh yeah, I saw this in some bar like 20 years ago or something. Like, it's not really a new opening, but
Anna, you asked me some really difficult questions to me, so I think I managed to return.
I think she's gonna do really bad at trying to fool it, because she's just so genuine.
I feel like everything that I say is going to be very analyzed, and that's kind of terrifying, but I feel good, I think. I feel good. I'm excited for this.
Good luck for the game, and good luck trying to answer.
Oh yeah, and they play a game too while they're doing it. Who would do that? Who would play a game of chess while doing something else?
I look at the screen and I'm like, oh goodness me, can I even say that?
Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna play D4 and I'm just gonna start the game.
Let's just see what the questions are. You go here, take.
Is your full name Anna Crumling?
This you always see on her little title card when she's at a tournament, so I don't know why she's so surprised by that. It's Ballon. Bllon, in addition to. I don't know why that.
Surname as a Spaniard, I should have known. Okay, I'm already learning a lot just by this first question. I thought this is.
I feel like she's just pretending not to know that.
I do need to ask you, Anna.
Go here, take.
Opening is a good opening.
I don't know what the fuck this is.
No.
Yeah, I don't think she ever claimed it was good. She just sort of played it up and exploited it for content.
Do you want to elaborate? If it's not a good opening, why should people still play it?
I think the cow opening is.
Or Fabiano really bashed it. Like, he didn't just say it's bad. He just sort of mocked the whole existence of it. Like, why would you even bother? Take.
So I think it means that you don't.
She just did it as a gimmick for content. Just admit it. Ask that question. Did you just do it as a gimmick for content just because? Whatever, it's funny name or whatever the fuck.
Fun, and you just want to have something easy to remember. then I think it's good for that purpose.
Maybe
but
I'll play better like
I know I'm
this.
a chess
I haven't
player,
listened to
how
music
little
or
I've
anything in
played
a
chess my
while,
whole
so
life. I know that having knights
that
on
shows
the
you I'm
side
taking
of
it
the board
seriously.
doesn't necessarily mean that it's good, and it's easy to kick them away. So it's.
I always
It's
found her
important, I
voice a
think,
little
that
bit
we
annoying,
as
but
a
it's kind of
practice
just
get
because
to
of her
really love
accent.
chess
It's
once
not
you
like
play.
something that's her
I think
fault.
that's a good answer.
Right,
And I
like
think
when English isn't your
that's
first
why we
language,
both
it can be
end
like
up
that.
being brand ambassadors by the end of this video.
Like where she sounds like she's sort of
You're both
struggling
right.
to
I still think it's
enunciate
enough
certain
that
things or
you can
whatever.
play and that
I
you
know,
can play,
right?
but-
It's
So
brilliant.
take. You
Have
keep going,
you
it's fine. So I have to figure out what to do with
regretted
lights for a
becoming
bishop here.
streamer?
No.
This shouldn't be too loud,
She
right?
has some
Oh, it maybe
various
is a little bit.
issues.
Oh, Anna, issues.
I didn't even hear what she said.
About the issues.
What issues? I barely know what issues.
I wish I could like
guess
see
that
the
only thing would
subtitles
be
as
that
I'm doing this somehow.
There's a lot of things that I love to do in life. I'm a
Okay,
very
that's a
adventurous.
good bait. That's a
I
good
think
bait because I
growing up,
almost just
thought
I always do
was
that.
going to
I always do
go
that.
to university, and I was
Oh,
going
shit.
to be the first one in my family to get a regular job and all these things. So I don't.
What, her
think
parents didn't have
I
regular
would
jobs? They were
become a
just chess
streamer.
players
I
all the
love
time? How
football,
did they
and I
survive long
personally
enough to
enjoy
do that?
content, and I can't see
Um,
myself doing anything else. But I think that there's a little part in me that kind of wonders what would have happened if I would have taken a
take.
different path in life, and what would I be doing then?
Yeah, you wouldn't be making as
I
much
think
money
I
if you took a
should,
different
yeah.
path. That's
I
for
wonder
damn
why
sure.
I
So
think
you're
so.
probably pretty great. Or
I'm not
even
too
you might have been a
sure. I'm just
grandmaster,
gonna
but
be
you'd be making
emotional
fucking
also
minimum
because
wage,
tough
which is
questions.
what they do.
No, go for it. I'm not scared.
You're not scared?
No, no, no,
Okay.
go for it.
All right.
Go
you're
for it.
not
I feel
scared.
good.
You are not
Take the
scared.
toughest one you have. Actually, maybe I don't. know.
Okay, if you
What do I say?
take.
Okay. Are you deliberately trying to create clickbait content?
I mean, everybody does that.
Wow.
Clickbait. Oh no, I
Or
can't do
those are
that.
Tough questions.
Yes.
Yes.
True.
But see, it doesn't have to be
Oh.
clickbait. It can just be,
Um,
you know, you're trying to
I
make something interesting,
think
but
that
clickbait
there's a
means more like you're
difference
deceiving
between
people.
completely lying about a video and about what the video is going to be, and making something that gives a little bit more drama, something that people feel like they would want to watch. And I try to never completely lie about what it's about, because then I'm
Completely
just
lies. She only
failing
partly
people's
lies.
expectations. But I do think that dramatizing
Well, it's
chess
only
videos is something that
it's
important
only
to
a
make
tendency
chess
as long as
videos
people
be
reward
seen
it.
by
It's
a
really
lot
the
of eyes.
audience's fault,
And
right?
I
If you
think that
reward
I
clickbait,
did
you'll get
do
more
it, and if I
clickbait,
just was
and you'll get mad about it. Like, oh, I'll watch this video, and then I'll
every
be.
single video is,
uh,
the videos wouldn't perform as well, and there wouldn't be as many people that would find my channel and therefore get into chess.
Oh, you know, I actually
through my
won't even
channel
do that
at
since
all.
I'm doing
I
this.
think you're very good at clickbait, but in a wholesome way. Kind of like Gotham chess, but you are doing it in a nice.
You
kind of
gotta
way.
drag on Gotham chess. So here, if you take.
No, I still haven't done the.
So this I still can't move, or I can, but I've done a pretty bad job of.
No, I certainly do.
You know, Levi is like the only person in chess that I troll because he taught me how to troll people.
Really?
Yeah, because we used to host every event on Hikaru's channel together.
Yeah.
Levi and I back in the lockdown during the first years of the Champions.
Maybe I
Chess
should
Tour.
make this 2 times
And I
speed.
always say I learned from the best.
Then I won't know what the
And
fuck
I'm
they're
only
saying.
trolling him. Ever. Do you think you're a better content creator than Andrea Botes?
Better content creator than Andrea, you should easily say yes, because it's at least your own channel, whereas she mooches off her sister, so she's not really much.
So you're not just best friends, but you also really look up at what Andrea and Alex have achieved.
I do. I think to begin with, they've inspired me a lot, especially when I was starting streaming. Andrea does so many different things. I mean, how can I compare with someone who's DJing around the world and chess boxing? And I think we do different content, so I think it's hard to say who's better, who's worse. I think she's really good.
But
with
no,
content.
you're
She's
definitely
really
better
fun,
because
and
she's
so
just a
it's like
secondary
she's really
to
good at it. She's tasty with that.
to her sister, so I would say that.
Yeah, no, but I really think so.
Even
I
as
feel like
much as
I
I've
really
criticized
I really feel that way.
Alex, why do I feel like I'm playing so much faster even though I'm distracted by this?
Yeah, she does.
Okay, so there is a bit of back and forth.
Yeah, no, but I haven't played her in classical, but I think she's good with time. But I think chess knowledge, I would probably guess I have more chess knowledge than her. I'm sorry, Andrea, if you're watching this.
Maybe this will motivate her to train even more. She's been doing really well
Please
recently.
don't. Please stop training, Andrea. If you train, I will train, okay?
I don't really get this whole thing with the knights right now, like what I'm doing.
I don't know, it's not crazy.
That was a good bait play though, the double diagonal that way.
It's your own strategy, and I feel like maybe you don't like that, so I'm gonna do it.
No, please don't do that to me.
Maybe I made it too fast. Let's go like 1.5 because I can't really understand what they're saying.
I gotta try. Okay, let's do this. It's kind of weird to play with my left hand. I'm definitely.
Okay,
not
it's my
left-handed.
turn. What did they do? They
Making
moved that, they
uncomfortable for
castled.
me. I think I should make it
Go
a
like
comfortable
this,
question.
should be
That
good.
Should be my next move.
Or this
Do you
could be good.
sometimes hate playing chess?
No?
I'm also double attacking it, so what would they do?
That's a lie.
Yeah, everybody sometimes hates it when you're losing or something stupid like that. So you're double attacking this into hitting the queen, into hitting potentially the rook. I would take, they would take, I would take...
When I feel like I'm playing badly, I can get really tilted with myself about playing badly. But two, I think when I feel
Yeah, nobody enjoys it all the time, though.
Feels like there's a lot of pressure, and then I think I don't like that. But chess is a game I really enjoy, and playing like this, I love. I could do that all day long. I think it's more competition that I sometimes love and hate.
I see. Also, it's my move, and I don't like my position too much.
You don't?
I mean, it's not bad, but
So maybe now you can ask.
I like how this became such a trend, though. Like, somebody did it. Like, maybe Levy did it first, then Hikaru did it, then Magnus did it. Like,
are you?
and I think Hikaru tried to fool it, or maybe did a pretty good job of tricking it, basically.
True.
Because when you give your first answers, you have to do it, you know, say your name like you're lying, and it'll think you're telling the truth when you're lying. So you kind of, like, condition it to react a certain way. So, I don't know what to do with this.
Oh, I forgot they could go.
I almost want to do this, I guess.
So you have a bishop here. It's still a bit, you know, I'm a bit nervous about the bishop in general.
I can't make that move, though. Fucking...
She did.
I don't know where to put the stupid-ass knight. I mean, a flag.
Anna, do you have something?
I make these panic moves and then I flag because I don't really know what the fuck is going on. I was in a good position, now I messed up my pawns because this is not a good anchor position. So I don't really have a plan for it now. I'm just trying to kick that stupid-ass
I
knight.
think you were very credible. I thought that you were saying the truth, and I saw your eyes looking at the knight jumps, the bishop, so you made me believe it.
Okay. Well, to be fair, I was going to play the move that I'm going to do now anyway, so but I would have done this.
So now, if you
I see.
bring the knight, you can't really do anything.
Long-term plan here.
I wouldn't mind even taking that, but somehow it's not the best. Mom or your dad, it could be somebody other than either one.
True.
I'm sorry, Dad.
It's so hard to choose between one's parents, right?
It is, but I think.
The fuck do I do with these knights? Oh yeah, this is like an octopus knight, that should be good. But then you're hitting this.
My mom is just so good.
What is happening?
So solid and finding the best moves in so many positions, and
Okay, fine, I'll do this, then I'll do it.
Kind and humble in real life, but then she's so like fierce.
You bring the stupid ass knight back, I'll try to bring the... Oh, no, but I just... Fuck off.
Obviously, just in the chest. No bigger meaning than that.
I think you're like both of them. Well, obviously you're their kid.
You're so annoying. Okay, so you'll take this, and then I'll try to do something with it. I don't know.
So yeah, you've got that in you.
The difference between me and my mom is my mom would be able to kill you on the chest.
So now, you are in a little bit of a pickle there. If you go there, I could take... You could try to cover it with that.
Every move was like, oh my god, I'm just getting worse and worse and worse.
It hurts, right? It's like you're slowly but surely just...
You slowly but surely.
Yeah.
I would take, you would take, I would take, you would still take. But if I go like this, then you could take this. If I go like this, you can take there. So I don't know what to do with this either. What if I go here now? Oh, this is good because now you're, well... Could you just move the knight or is it trapped? It's basically not.
I'm gonna start doing my own knight maneuver.
Oh.
So they're up one pawn. And so this is a very strong octopus knight that we've created, but it's not that you couldn't just escape with the knight. Like to there, and then even if you... I would take, then you... I would take, you would take... I would take, you would take, I could still take. You'd have to take this first, but I don't think that really works, because now you address the knight, and then it's, I
think a lot of people sometimes don't realize how
I
much
don't know what
goes behind
the
everything
fuck
as a
is
grandmaster,
happening.
because they watch a lot of grandmasters and they watch their chess and maybe take it for granted that a lot of people are GMs, but every single person that has become a grandmaster has spent countless of hours.
Yeah, this is what I always use to discredit people a little bit, like,
from that, keep going, and then
if you,
years, unless you're a super young prodigy and whatever, but most people, after years, they've been able to achieve that. And it's a dream for so many people. So I think becoming a grandmaster is really
if you, you know, oh, if you played as much as a grandmaster, played and studied as much as they do, then obviously it wouldn't be as impressive.
And she's still in the top 30.
Yeah.
4 decades, over 4 decades in the top rank.
Alright, just do that. They missed a fork, obvious fork.
A huge achievement in any sport. It would be
If you take...
Yeah, no, I think that is very inspiring, and especially seeing her here in Norway chess.
Just fucking, if you could unleash the knight somewhere good, that would be fine.
Keeps going. Is because she loves chess so much. She will never retire from chess until like she has to, because she just loves the game so much, and I think that's.
Yeah, people are making fun, like, oh, the reason why she's still competing in certain events is just to give Anna content, like, so she can exploit it for content and clickbait your own mother, chess player. You have 2 grandmaster parents, but you can't even become a grandmaster yourself. You entitled lazy clown, like, as if to assume that advantages like that matter the most, which they do matter to an extent.
I see it. I see that you're going for it.
So
Everybody's
this
supposed to
thing
be
is
friends.
gone. You can't do anything with
I'm
that.
here with the knight and hope
Actually,
that I
this
can
makes
pull.
it very hopeless because you have to.
Can I do this?
I guess I can still cover it without
Things are getting
being pinned to it.
Take it to knight fork. If I don't take, my bishop is hanging. Do I even
Why they
have
gotta
knight?
play a game of chess while doing this? Like, what the fuck? Maybe to distract them so they can't fake the lie too much?
I'm so excited to play G5.
I thought I had one more move to play G.
Feels like she wasn't even trying to lie too much, though.
I'm gonna need to question.
Wasn't actually that interesting.
She's so nervous about
If you
winning.
take.
Have you ever cried? Because
Why
of
can't I
any
just
comment
do
on
it?
video?
Like, what's the problem? It'll give him like a passed pawn.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry.
What you were saying before, I try to think like, oh, it doesn't matter. It's just someone that is probably jealous. Because why would you be writing a lot of mean comments?
Oh,
If
no.
you're a very happy human being and you're very positive, then why would you go around and write mean comments to other people and try to bring other people down? So I try to think about that.
Because,
It's really easy. I think it's really
okay.
hard to not have that get to you. And when you have, I mean, sometimes I have not just one person, but tens or hundreds of people that are.
Bro is missing a lot of good shit, I'll tell you that.
Different things, and I
Bro
think
is missing a lot, because if you had done that, then I'm in check like that. So the passed pawn is maybe scarce to the point, but what if I just stay like this?
I'm hoping that will start motivating me more.
Um,
Yeah, no, I think criticism is hard.
you go there, it doesn't
There's some
matter.
things that I hear so many times. It's kind of like the same type of comment that I hear so many times that you almost start wondering, is this true? Is
Yeah,
this-
why should we feel bad though? You can talk as much shit as you want. They're still giving you views. But that was, dude, they missed a fork earlier. They missed. This is what happens when I'm not streaming, like on the site, because then it's like, you know, they're not sniping me, so they won't see the stuff that they normally would see. So even though I might win this one or draw it, I don't deserve to. Okay, you're rambling on. Just
I
fucking
completely understand what you were saying before.
give me some good questions. Fuck.
It's really hard. And
Take,
you're so strong,
take.
keep going, and you have just hit 1 million subscribers on YouTube. You're showing those people that
Take,
they are
take.
they're really wrong with those comments, and they shouldn't be saying them.
Yeah, so
Oh,
I
you
think
can't be
like,
criticized? Like, come
I'll
on.
read some mean comments, then I'll just try to think about a lot of positive things, a lot of things.
Or you'll say, oh, it's partly because they're female, and that is partly true. Whether you think it's because of their looks or something, or whether you think it's because of just like, that was sort of the vibe with Alex Botez to a degree, that you had,
So yeah, but thank you.
Very big difference. I agree with you. And
like,
also feeling on what you said about how if people
oh,
do the same
look
thing,
at this.
they
She's
might
the
just
queen's
believe
gambit of
they're
chess.
right,
She's the
they're
Beth Harmon of chess. Even though she wasn't nearly as good as Beth, it's like, oh, this is like the marginal media, ignorant way that people would look at it with respect to, oh, a girl that can play chess. Wow, how impressive. They were treating it like that, even though, right, like there's plenty of great female players over the years, Judith Polgar, etc. But it was like this weird mainstream reaction, like, oh, look at this girl playing chess. Wow. Like, why was that the reaction to Alex Botez? But that's 100%. There's an article even like that, like, oh, this is the real queen's gambit of chess or whatever. Right? It's like,
Might be right that it works.
just because you're looking at it on such a marginal level, that's not actually how it works at all.
Putting all my pieces back on the background. I'm setting up the board.
Right, so they're sort of fluffing that up from a position like you're acting like it's not, you're acting like it's a big deal and nobody's ever done this before and she's only 2,000 FIDE. So it's not even hating on her, it's a fair criticism that that is exactly what you,
Sophika, where are you?
I'll give you all the weak squares in the world. I'll give you all my dark squares, but if I see something like this, I get very excited. But
it is
I'm not sure
exactly
if it does,
that
then
sort of
very-
view, right? 100%. Because otherwise you can't explain the immense popularity. You could say, oh, it's just their personality or something, but it is a bit inconsistent. Like you're almost getting credit for something else that is not.
I'm gonna put the knight here.
Yeah, but the thing is that I've also given up a piece, so.
I don't know what this is.
I'm gonna go here.
It's like an
I'm gonna
octopus
queen.
bishop position, basically.
Yeah, that's very annoying. I think my only option is to take this knight
Yeah.
and hope for the best, but so ugly.
But no, I didn't play particularly
But
well,
somehow
for
it works,
sure.
Somehow getting away with this.
This would pretty much force you to do the trade, if I'm not mistaken. So what you have now is the ability, can I win this with the bishop? And probably you can't. The knight is probably actually a lot better here, so I don't know why I even did that. Unsolicited request for what, though?
Like how?
That's very
Exactly.
broad.
Like,
Yes, she does.
So you know what I mean, Anna, but you're just pretending you don't know
no,
what I mean.
but I just want to know the exact meaning, just so that I know exactly.
Ah,
like,
okay,
like
well,
pictures, like, or
may I can rephrase it.
okay.
Do you get unsolicited requests from fans like marriage proposals?
Okay, marriage proposal isn't even the worst thing of what you could
How
assume.
do you feel about it?
It's just like I'm playing chess. Like you don't know me. I don't
But
know,
see,
it's-
they'll
it's-
say that. They'll act all innocent. Oh, you don't know me. But you play
I mean,
into it to some
or
extent
having
because
a
you
dark
feel
darkness,
that.
but, like, I think most people just do it as a joke as well. I think when people do it, they're not actually like, I'm hoping that she says yes. So I guess I see it more as a joke. it's honestly not.
you
like,
know,
the
it's
worst
a
thing
cult
that's
of
ever happened,
personality
but
basis, even
it's
doing
like a
face
little
cam,
bit,
even
yeah.
ingratiating yourself
Proposals?
to
That's
that
not my
extent.
preference,
Like there
but-
is a certain.
Just like
So the
we're
knight
quite
probably
nice
should
people.
win this, but I don't
Nowadays less,
understand it.
because I'm in a
Or
very
you could
public
just,
relationship
well,
with
you could
openness
trade it
about
off
my
then,
face, so
and
that helps.
now
But
there's
still
no
doesn't
way you
fully
can
protect
convince
you
me that
from
they're winning
outside
in this
opinion.
endgame. There's no way. You
Doesn't
cannot
matter if you're
convince me
related,
of
doesn't matter
that
if you're
at
married,
all.
you're streaming
Right, there
because
is
you want
zero
them to show up, and,
possibility
you're the number one person in the world. Some people think
that
that
Yeah.
somehow.
Yeah, which is, by the way, not.
I don't
And it's very creepy.
get though exactly how to play this. I have to calculate better in these kind of positions.
It does make me uncomfortable.
If I go
It doesn't have to be
here,
also when people see my content in that way, and when people see me in that way, it makes me very uncomfortable.
I'm gonna move this knight and block your bishop a little bit.
I'm probably gonna lose though if I do this.
I'm gonna go for it. Let's see.
They'll go, but they can't go there. So what do they
I
do?
shouldn't be so excited about an endgame if I'm down a pawn, but it's better than getting checkmated. Oh no.
I don't know. I don't know how to play
This is
this.
painful. Very painful to play.
Oh, you're gonna
It's like the king opposition thing where you should be able to stay. You can't go there.
I don't really believe in that compensation, but
So
I'm
what
hoping
is
I
the
get play
thing?
between this
Like
two.
what? I don't
We'll
get it.
figure
I don't get it. You'll probably just keep doing this shit over and
Let's
over.
figure it out.
Yeah.
You will use this to try to do something.
She's running away. Oh my, you're gonna come all the way in?
Uh-huh.
Is that your plan?
To
No
D6 if you
way.
let
Now you could just keep going. Could have been potentially good too. Now shouldn't this be pretty much the same thing? Like by the time you walk all the okay. It'll come down to the one difference in a pawn, and it still doesn't necessarily mean that you win because of that, though. That's the thing. But it makes me commit to this, and then you can go there, I guess. Man, the way I'm losing some of these games is incredibly stupid, I will say.
Were higher rated at chess, also, so that people wouldn't be calling you out on being only a woman FIDE master in your content.
Yes.
You wish you were higher, but if you really wanted to be higher, you would be. Like, you chose to focus on content instead of doing that, so it's fine.
Yeah, it has 2 grandmaster parents.
Like, it's more
She's
rewarding
only
for you, but
100 or whatever, right? I know that I've spent a lot of time.
I don't know why this almost feels like it's good somehow. But they can easily shut this down if they know how, but this guy has missed a lot of good things, so
I would have maybe studied a little bit more, maybe gone a little bit, tried a little bit more.
right, like you might still be able to do it. Like this deserves to be a draw basically because this was a big clown show.
It's something that I want and something that I will try to get.
Like what are you gonna
But it's
flag
also
or some
not my
shit?
absolute biggest dream in the world, but it's just something. It would be nice. to do.
Okay, that's kind of annoying.
I know a feeling one
Even
with
if you give a
higher
check on the
rating,
back rank there, you might not be able to give another check, so maybe I will get it.
no matter how much rating you
It
get.
doesn't.
But the question is, okay.
So it's really true that it's just never enough, and I think it's important to realize that you're extremely good at chess, and
you too.
yeah, we're both better than most people that are watching.
Be better than most people, but that always is a fallacy because you end up in a position where,
I'll be closer to
I'm afraid
you know, that just means you've committed to playing it a lot. Not even, I won't even say, oh, because your parents are grandmasters or something, but you're better than most people because you actually play chess like it's a job, kind of, even if it's not for you because you aren't good enough to make enough to live on that way, like if you were actually a GM. But the reality is that
anyone else as much as you. I think this is amazing. Did we do a good job?
it's meant to be,
Listening to you.
Yay! Thank you.
it wasn't actually that enjoyable listening to you, and that's actually all I did. But whatever, dude. I just thought it would be funnier because she tends to not be very good at lying, probably. Okay, so that was bad. I actually think I ran out of arts now. For this, I have to go fucking... I'm gonna run out of channel arts. Even though a lot of them aren't even channel arts. They're basically just... they're basically just like... What do you call it? Yeah, I'll use it as a test to see. Like, will that part get muted or something? Which it shouldn't. Because you're not really doing... Well, I mean... Again, people will show the fucking actual video itself of stuff, whereas I only was doing the audio and even sped up. And, you know, I don't know. I tend to hate React content anyway, but at least I don't like to show it, even if I do it. So we did that one, and so I'm playing actually really terribly. But every one of these games is coming down to some sort of close, nuanced position, which is kind of hard to explain. It's sort of like you're not really losing, but then it's like, oh, you'll play an endgame incorrectly. Like, I'll even look at that a little bit. It's weird because, I don't know, it just doesn't feel like... I don't know how to explain it. It feels like an eventuality. Like, it's inevitable. It's just kind of like... You're not really going to lose, but then you get sort of bored or you don't put enough thought when it actually matters. Like, I can guarantee getting to an end game against anybody up to like a 2,000 rated player probably. And the only reason why I'd lose is because I flag. And if I don't flag, then it's like, okay, you'll beat me in an end game just because I'm too lazy to try to figure it out. I won't even say it's because, oh, I'm you have to study endgames because they can be very specific, but that endgame didn't look losing at all, and somehow I just didn't play it right, and like I'm just not trying. That's really all it is. Like you have to calculate. It's not an excuse either. It's just like, you have to do it. Like it's a reason. It's a flaw. Like you're just acknowledging. Okay, this is a kind of a funny thumbnail. The fucking Van Gogh one. So these were all like when I was trying to upload, getting into the YouTube swing altogether. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is something I never did in the past, really, on my other channel. Even though I, you know, part of what inhibited me from doing it is like this perfectionism. Like either it's got to be perfect. I got to come up with a custom thumbnail and a special title and all this kind of stuff. Otherwise, I won't bother doing it at all, right? So it's not that I wouldn't have wanted to do it, but even like with this channel, at first I was trying to do it like that, where oh, it's got to be like very perfect and very exact and something like that. Some of these are so weird because it's like it's a lower resolution, but the thumbnail itself isn't. Like when you go to download it, it somehow downscales it, but whatever. This one was some of these were really good. This gives me a chance to sort of show them off because no, you can't really appreciate it in the same way when you go to when you see it on YouTube. It's just kind of in passing and it's too small to really appreciate the amount of detail. That was one mistake that I made at the beginning. Like, oh, you try to make them too elaborate and it has all this text and little in jokes in it, but you won't be able to even see that in the form of a thumbnail because they shrink it down and it's too small, and it's meant to be like something very simple and to the point, so that lowest common denominator, just kind of like how the best videos or the best views you'll get on videos are typically shorter. It doesn't matter about their quality, the shorter the better, right, regardless of what it is. And so it ends up being a case where I like how one of these Luigi's Mansion thumbnails actually got flagged as like adult content somehow, like age restricted, because it says like sucking, but you're making a joke about like vacuum sucking, not that, right? Like, but sucking is his specialty. Like the purple ghost can't be sucked is like part of the hard mode challenge, right? Even though it's sort of like a bug, but then it's like I put in the thumbnail, oh, he can't be sucked, or the ghost can't be sucked. What am I gonna do? And then Mario saying like, but sucking is his specialty, or like Van Gogh is kind of like bloviating, bragging about it, like oh, my new special invention, these ghosts, they can't be sucked, whatever will you do about it? And then Mario's lamenting, oh no, but sucking is his specialty, whatever will he do now? But again, as if to imply Luigi sucks, obviously, as the outcast whatever brother who's fucking a clown. But obviously, whatever, it's easier if I show it. But yeah, these are pretty good. So let me see. Make them private. Whenever I would put them on Imgur, I would make them private, but then it would still show up that people are viewing them somehow. Upload, let's see. And hopefully I won't have to use too many of these. This is at least a good psychological tendency, though. Like you're putting it in the mindset that you're punishing yourself for having to, go through all this trouble and effort every time you lose a game, right? That at least something is at stake, even if it's not like a proper permanent challenge. Like, oh, I have to delete my account or something if I fall below a certain rating. It's not quite as severe as that, but it is at least a little inconvenient. So we'll go to this one. So that was at least a very good clip that I liked. That one almost seemed scripted. I think someone even said it seemed like it was, because it's like so on the nose. But I mean, again, out of 1,000 hours of playing a game, you'll have a moment like that. So this is obviously because he has the whole German vibe or whatever to him, Van Gogh, right? This is so you have chosen death, but he's saying it in obviously German. At least I'm pretty sure that's German, right? So that's all he's saying. You have chosen death because this is such a hard fight. So as soon as you go in there, you get fucked over by the 5 ghosts with 200 HP each. And then he drew on his little painting the gravestone like from Bogmire with like rip Luigi. So like even here I'm putting in a certain amount of elaborate effort into these, but no, that's the lesson that you can actually learn, is that the simpler the better, because again, people aren't going to appreciate all the nuances of the thumbnail because it's going to be too hard to even see. And also it's a case where, again, like short form content tends to do better than anything else. because of short attention span, lowest common denominator, whatever the fuck the case may be. And so you have okay, we'll do that one. We'll do like maybe one more. But no, the way some of these games are ending, I'll actually look at this one a little bit. The last one, hang on. A lot of these don't even work, or I mean, they're not all P sets, so. Oh god, do I really have to use this one? I hate this one. I think I remember using it though somewhat recently as part of this whole gauntlet, so there must be another one like this, just that has a guy's face on there. You can still make out the structure of the piece. It's just kind of, some of these can be a little bit irritating. So now what we have is let me look at that, because like I just played that end game incorrectly, so I have to, I have to study and learn that one. But he had 5 seconds left. I mean, look, man, it's just like nothing's really happening. Okay, so I'm trying to make like an octopus knight or something, and you're supposed to kick this, but I thought that it's getting double attack. So what? Oh, it's because you have this sort of pinned down, so you'd give a check, and then you'd be able to take. But wait, you can still take back. I don't get it. Didn't you still lose like a 2-for-1 there? Whatever, let me just see what the ending was like. I guess White was winning most of the way, but it didn't really feel like it. That's the difference too, right? He doesn't really know how to play it. I guess he's already winning by so much at that point, which it doesn't feel like. So you're trying to tell me just a knight versus a bishop endgame makes that big of a difference, that the knight is that much better there? That doesn't really seem right. Okay, let me do one more. Clearly, I'll blame that video for distracting me, but really it wasn't. I don't know. I'm just losing in like these very minute, nuanced ways. Or, some of these sets will troll you, like where the colors will be opposite for some reason, like black goes first or something, or it'll be like the white piece with the black outline, like the little circular, almost like checkers pieces. Isn't this move kind of good because you get to, like, he's still letting me do that so easily, but I don't know. Like, these people aren't bad, but they're not as good as I'm making them out to be. This is one of those gambit pawn sort of things that you shouldn't even bother trying to protect it. And the reason why is because it's not really going to work. Right, where you have, it'll be more trouble than it's worth. And like, how would you know that? And the answer is you wouldn't know it. And so that's something that I've learned arguably through theory with respect to, so I'm more worried about the pin. So like, I could have probably won a pawn easily in doing all this, but I'm more concerned about just playing it defensively. Let's go ahead and bring the rook in. Everything else should be fine. Yeah, that Van Gogh thing took a very long amount of time to beat. So we end up making that's the most organic way to come up with certain things, like, oh, a channel art or something. It ends up being pretty fun because it's like you you do it in a way like you don't go into it saying, oh, I want to make a channel art out of this, like with the smelter demon or something. But I say, like, because you struggle for so long, or it goes on for so long, now it feels sort of organic that you would do that, because it comes about naturally. I'm stuck on that for so long that now it only feels right that you have time to make an art out of it or something. It just becomes memorable of its own volition, basically, just because it is so hard or something of the sort. So again, my whole trading tendency isn't bad, right? But the reason why I must be struggling so much is because people have been studying my pink flamingo thing, where obviously, they know my trading style or something, but it's just weird. I do have it like in my profile and stuff too. Like, sometimes I'm just doing it for the sake of doing it. So you can hit this with the thing, with the, you can hit this, they would take, I would take, they would still take. Like, I'll make these moves that aren't necessarily good moves just purely for the express purpose of trying to trade, which itself is fine, but what you have is the ability to basically look at it like I don't know. Like so the dark square bishop, I just can't figure out the positioning where I want to put it at all. We'll do that. Like just go for sometimes fucking obvious threats. Hope they miss it. That's the only way I'm gonna win a game under this circumstance because I'm playing so badly. You know, all you would have to do is get rid of this pawn to win the game, but it's not that easy. If I take here, you'll take, I'll take back. So that doesn't actually work. And now you'll fuck something all up with the pawns. So, right, like you'll seal off that diagonal. The natural move becomes obviously you push the pawn. Fucking, I'm almost doing that. Because if I am streaming and they're sniping me, like I'm baiting them. Oh yeah, of course, you should just push the pawn. So you go there to try to stop the ability to do that. So, like for example, this you could do because you can't take. Because if you take, I could still do it. And even if you do something else, I could double take, but then it creates this where I'm gonna get fucking destroyed. But then again, what? Oh, I guess I was wrong even in my premise. I was thinking like I wasn't thinking that I was there. Like it wasn't like, oh, you know, if he takes that, then I can still do this. I couldn't do it because then I wouldn't have a cover. So I was totally wrong from the outset. Okay, whatever, dude. So the H file won't really be a threat here too much. I don't know. I'm playing at a very low effort level lately, so again, this kind of is still displaying the whole original way that I would play. Like I don't know. It's just so easy to explain, but the best way to show it is like just do longer time formats, and then you have no excuse. At least here, it lulls you into some sense. Like the openings do that, and the like people think they know openings, or it just feels like such an autopilot type of thing that just why even bother trying to figure it out when there's hundreds of years of study associated with it, right? Like either you know it or you don't, so just don't even bother. But it's kind of like, you know, openings make people think less because they think it's all just borrowed knowledge, and you know, either you know it or you don't, which is kind of true. And also time will make you do that, like, oh, you could think longer and harder, but then you just don't. Light Screw Bishop isn't doing a whole lot here. So two of these games, like one I just blundered a piece outright. One I apparently lost my queen, which that seems to really never happen at this stage. But then, you know, you might think, oh, these players still aren't that great, but they're not making mistakes quite like that. I guess I have to play 15,000 more games to be as good as this guy. Like these people are clearly so good. I don't know. It's just like taking it for granted is kind of what you do, where you're expecting it to be too easy. Like you can play at this level even if you, well, to some extent at least, you can play at this level if you haven't studied, etc. But you can't do it like this, like where you're not even just trying at a basic level, which for a while there I must have been doing it. So that's what's amazing about it. You just suddenly decide like you stop caring or you stop trying. It could have been that like, oh, I'm out of touch because I didn't play it for a while because I was doing the, the variant gauntlet on chess.com. But not that some of those skills aren't still present there, but it's more just like I had done okay at the beginning there for a little bit. Like, let me see my whole return to chess basically, which was only like a week ago, like here. Right, so loss, win, loss. Loss, loss, win, win, loss, win, win, loss, win, loss. I mean, it's been pretty back and forth. Three wins. Wait, what? Oh, it somehow doesn't show you the most recent ones for some reason. The loss, loss, loss. So I had won like 3 in a row somewhere, like maybe up to there. Then loss, 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 loss. Like 6 losses in a row. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6. Then 1, 2 wins, 3. So yeah, I had been up as high as like 1725. And so yeah, the way, if you just look at some of these, the way that I'm losing is not even a real thing, right? Even like that last game, I don't know what you can learn other than the fact that, well, it was probably something earlier there too. So you can take this because you would take, I thought about doing it too, but it doesn't seem that good, right? But that's obviously apparently not good, which I don't get why. Or I guess I'm just assuming that's not covered for some reason. But again, that's still one of those like winning blunders where it would have been better for you now. It's just, it doesn't cause you to really lose. Right, it's just more like you're missing something that could have been good. I keep making blunders with the knights, which is fascinating to me. Like, what is this? See, this is what I mean. Like, what is this? Oh, okay. I even knew that was potentially there, but I didn't see like a really good move. I even complained about it. Like, what am I supposed to do? Go here to try to attack it? Because this doesn't do anything. I was complaining. That's not a good enough unleash because I'm not threatening anything. It's just an empty move that's useless. So why would you care? Like, why would you care? Like, let's say you move the rook. You go here. Okay. What? Oh, okay. I see that's a little more advanced of a sequence than what you would be typically thinking about. It's very multi-layered. You're not doing it to unleash and take the rook. You're doing it to pose the threat to the rook, which then allows you to check and take this at the same time. So, isn't that weird though? Like, why wouldn't you then say, okay, you do this, but then fuck it, I'll still take the rook? Why would that not be the natural response? You get an octopus knight, you let them take there because the knight is just a shitty piece anyway. Okay, see you later. Okay, so here let me try to redeem some of my earlier losses. Some of them have been in such weird ways that are like very very preventable basically. This one was kind of funny. It's basically just egad with a chalkboard, breaking down how insane the hard mode itself was for Luigi's Mansion Super Hard Mode. So in effect, sucking 7 sets of 5 goes. This is just the Van Gogh room alone, analogized to the original mansion, right? It's in such great detail, but you would never see this or appreciate it in the thumbnail. I can barely even see it now. In fact, this proportion is pretty good to enlarge it when I'm putting it as the background here. Sucking 7 sets of goes, 5 goes with equates to total of 35, each of them with 200 HP for a grand total of 7,000 points. More than the entire original mansion. So the one room of Van Gogh alone, I went through methodically and did the math of how many ghosts you would suck and everything like that, right? In every single room. So like original mansion has roughly 2310 value to suck, plus 3,000 from what? Like maybe the boos themselves or something? Why would it be 3,000 though? Maybe including boo losses because he counts as a certain amount, but that's roughly what it is, right? So 5 plus 150 plus 3,600. I don't know what exactly these numbers are, but including the bosses, including the boos and stuff, ultimately it's about 9,000. So I guess it's not entirely accurate. I'm even fact checking myself, but the point is that one room is almost as much as the entire fucking mansion. So the whole game versus that one room, to just show how insane the values are. Let me change my set here. Clearly I can blame the sets and everything like that. The fact that I am doing so badly, but you know, it's been a pretty low effort experience where I'm just kind of not, I'm just not even you know, I'm not calculating, I'm not thinking. So what do you expect is going to happen? So that's like Opera Zen something. This is Padre Pieces. I kind of like this one. And then we'll go ahead, we'll change a board to, which again, the boards have been the least interesting part of this whole experience because of how limited they are. So we have the ability to, yeah, but this deserves to be broken down. I took the time and I actually did the fucking math. 23, what could it be? 2,300 is from the rooms. 3,000 I guess must be from the booze, but there's 50, so I don't really get it. Oh, because they have all different varying values to them. That could be why. So it must add up to like 3,000 for the booze, 150 for like the bosses, or no, I don't get it. What is 150 for? Maybe like the speedy ghosts or other weird things, plus 3,600 maybe for. It couldn't be for the bosses because the bosses don't have that much. I don't remember actually how this formula works, but that probably is pretty accurate. Again, it's over 9,000 for the everything in the original mansion. That's more than the entire original mansion, maybe excluding the optional ghost. That must have been how I calculated it. Like the best amount of calculation we'll do today. It would have been like everything that you have to suck in order to beat the game is probably less than, you know, that one room alone. Because again, you have 5 of each ghost, and you have each one has 200 HP, and there's 7 sets of them. Like that is so. So it's basically just Egad breaking his brain over the. That might even be the title. Van Gore's room breaks Egad's brain. That he's such a genius, but he's fucking at a loss to try to explain this and figure out. Right, the math of that fucking room is so nuts that it's driving him insane. Basically, in long form, he's trying to explain it. Okay, let's actually try to do this here. And I don't really understand how I'm gonna play, but let's just try to get back to 1700, which itself will be a real accomplishment at this stage. Do you take? I could take. I could take that, but I don't really want to. But if I don't, I actually don't know. Like, this is one of those opening theory type things that's just annoying. If you take, I could take. If you take, I could take. If you take, I could take. You could take, I could take. So the only thing that would fuck up is the castle in doing all of that. Yeah, I'm not happy with how I played in these recent games. Blunder fish. And maybe I'm trying to play too fast, or I'd be happy with you just taking. I could have probably took, double took. This one doesn't really do anything there. That's fine. You take, doesn't really matter. Now you can trap the bishop into there. And therefore you're trapping it for a trade. Somebody escaped one of these trap for trade scenarios very expertly in one of these games. That was actually kind of shocking, and I almost couldn't believe how they did it. It seemed like it was like, see here, you lose the bishop now no matter what you do, but somehow they didn't. Now, let's say I ignore that because we're attacking the rook. You wouldn't just let that sit there, surely. But maybe I'm making a mistake by doing that, and of course I should know this. Now, this doesn't even do anything because, first of all, you can take that and fuck up the castle. But all of these games have been coming down to something super minute like that, where they just win a pawn and then they end up somehow winning because of that. Or I'm like losing in the end game. So maybe it shows you it is a generally high level of play, but right. Like, it shouldn't determine the outcome alone, but that one dinky pawn isn't enough to make the difference. ASMR eating mukbang fucking while playing 1700 rated chess, 1600 rated chess. So much of it comes down to just making the game a settled science, though, with respect to, see, if you really got there in 883 games, that's pretty impressive, actually. But who knows what else he's played, but I'm getting to the total now where I should be much farther. He's kind of a little slow. Maybe he thinks it's all part of my master plan, which it kind of might be. I can't even do that because of this, so it doesn't really matter. Like, there's nothing I can really do. I almost feel I almost feel inclined to do this, but maybe I won't. And now it might not be nearly as problematic, whatever you decide to do. Even though my kingside development isn't the greatest. You gotta watch whatever cheeky, sneaky checks you might do here. Or some way to actually trap the stupid ass thing. Right, my main intention is just to try to trade for the queen, but they're not making this very easy. I always consider that like a winning position, even though it's not. If I can trade the queen, I can just do anything I want. Now, what is it that happens? I take, and then they get like a royal fork, apparently. Right, that would be the only way that makes sense. I don't know, man. This is such a convoluted, fucked up position that I'm just not happy. See, I wouldn't even be willing to take it. You don't really have to move it, but I just hate the way some of these games go. Like, it's so nonsensical. But yeah, imagine the dude who does this kind of math right here. I'm pretty sure it's actually accurate. This is like adding up maybe the blue ghosts, the speedy ghosts and stuff. I'm not sure. At least time-wise, you're probably going to flag if you keep playing this slowly, but you could take, I could take, you could take, I could take. You know, it makes it seem like, oh no, he blundered that. You would get a royal fork, which would almost be worth it if you got the knight back. Because at least if you got the knight back, then you would have gotten a rook and a knight for a queen, so it's not too bad, but there's no real reason to do it like that. The simple calculation is that you can't actually take it, otherwise you get taken by that. However, I don't know what to really do here otherwise. Bro is literally AFK, losing to somebody who's fucking distracting, doing commentary, streaming, eating, fucking. Like, come on, dude. You shouldn't be this slow. You shouldn't worry or rely on that too much. Now he's going to come up with some god level sequence, so you better be ready for it. It's a very claustrophobic, ugly sort of position that I don't like at all, but I don't know what exactly to do about it either. So that must have been a very good, well thought out move. So I'm not going to put any thought into it, and I'm just going to fucking let it be. Probably the intent is to go here for some reason. Like, all I want to do is trade something off and get rid of it in such a way that is kind of clean, but I can't do it. They take there, so I could take back with that, or I could do this. And it also unpins to that extent that you're able to... It'll fuck up this. Everything is fucked up. No, I'm more interested in that aspect. If you go here, I take here, and then you're setting up to... You're setting up to double take onto there. Even if you do castle, I'll still do it. So, I mean, clearly you can fuck the castle up. With so little material left on the board, it's not that big of a deal, but it's still disturbing. It almost seems like a troll move that you would just fucking decide to do that randomly. Like, you know, why wouldn't you just castle when you had the position to do it? You know, this is where you should be the end game master. Let's try to stop the king from coming in there. And the way that you could do that is the Darkseer Bishop can't come in, and also the Rook can't come in, and also you could try to trade this. Their pawns are a little neater, so it means they might win because of that. Or in fact, they're up by a couple pawns, so I shouldn't want to get to that point. So my only advantage here is time. So even though you shouldn't want to trade, right, I shouldn't want to trade in this scenario, basically, is the point. It allows him to undouble. Like, I don't know why I'm even doing that. You have incentive to push, but I'm trying to go there anyway. You can go like this, I guess. I mean... Can't go there. You could go there and just kind of wait it out. This is like me reversing the roles to the extent that you have, you know, oh, we're trying to flag them even though they're in an objectively winning position in such a way that, you know, I'm usually like that. I'll be up, I'll be clearly winning, and then they'll fucking do something stupid like that. The Darkseer Bishop itself can't really do much for me, so let me see. You don't want to allow that to happen either. You can give the check, it doesn't really bother me too much. Oh, if you missed a good thing there. Right, where he could have checked and obviously took that. So now you give a check there, so I want to try to keep stopping those things from happening. And the only way that you do that is by keep going in the rook's face, effectively. Even if you do that, the Darkster Bishop can't do anything. You can't go there. Go ahead, let them take that. I could care less, I guess. Right, if you take, I take. I guess you could take with that, but then I take. If you take, I take. I don't see the problem. So now you give a check here. You could block with that, would be perfectly fine. Or you choose not to, so I'll just give a random check chain. Whoops, I misclicked that. Okay, they're pretty bad though. I misclicked, but then they have the sense of honor not to take, I guess. They try to take stuff on the other side. They can try to do something here. We could go here, just sort of spam check. Try to flag them like a degenerate clown, even though that can sometimes be the right way to play the game. I just wondered my rook too. Give me a threefold repetition, which maybe they wouldn't mind because they're actually... why wouldn't they just block or something? I'd be fine with it because of the simple fact that you're able to... Because of the simple fact that you're oh shit, I could have maybe done something better there. You could have done it because of the simple fact of something else. What is he doing even? And I picked up a couple little pawns there. He's struggling obviously on time, but he's missed so many good things that I'm almost disappointed in him, despite the fact that I'm losing to him. It's kind of a hard phenomenon to explain. As long as you're not giving him some super open check or anything good. If you go to here now, but you can't. Okay. Can't give a check there. You're threatening there. We can go here. You give a check. You don't really care. Take this. You keep going. You could... I put that in maybe the worst possible spot. If you take, I take. I don't care. Oh, I don't... It's not even the fact that I lost it. It's like that's the one thing you shouldn't do anyway is trade. It's like I love my awareness when I'm doing stuff. Like I can clearly see what I'm doing. I don't know. It's like I just don't care enough to bother. Like I knew that would happen as I'm doing it. Like I just don't care. I'm just doing it as like a random thing, but it doesn't even make sense because you obviously they might actually get a stalemate because they seem to miss so many obvious things that way, but probably not. Or they seem to somehow be trolling, but I don't understand. Now they probably won't be able to figure out the mate in time. I'd be actually pretty impressed if they did. They could be smurfing, trolling, who knows. It'll probably be pretty hard to do this, I guess. So of course, or it'll still be timeout versus insufficient material, of course, at this stage. So I don't know what to say with that, but we get to keep the art alive and everything. So at least that's the real pain of this, is having to change every game. So this game is sort of inexplicable, but it's the same sort of style that I typically go for. Like, let's study this opening. What is the game? Like, what is the point of the game? So you go here, now you take. Now, why does this make sense? I don't know. I'm not Fabiano Carana. I'm not a fucking opening god here. Like, what the fuck am I doing? Why couldn't you take that? Like, I don't understand. Okay. But why? Why can't you just go back further then? Fuck it. Oh, I guess it's trapped regardless anyway. Like, I'm thinking it's trapped for a trade, but it was trapped anyway. Okay, let me try to string together a couple wins. I'm not happy at all with how I'm playing, and it's kind of... Like, let me just take a little bit more time in the opening. Maybe that's the solution. So you could do the 4-knight thing. I don't really even feel compelled to do it, though. All I have to do is... I'm hitting this, they're hitting this. It's perfectly fine. The arrows are about as accurate as my chest itself. If you decide to... you know, the light square bishop can wait, but I do like the pin and try to trade it like that. I don't know. You have to have a certain ego about it, but I just don't care that much. Like, I like certain aspects of the game, but I don't know. I don't respect some of the approach, and you can kind of see through it with the amount of time it takes. Like, so even if to the extent that, oh, I'd be good or I'm better than the average person, I would still say, like, oh, it's only because I played more than that average person. So, right, it's just not the way that people think. It's like the specialized knowledge. How can you be so good at something or so smart in a certain way, but then also be so dumb that you can't see the nature of the process or decide on how the measure actually works? Like, it doesn't discredit it completely, but it sort of does, to the extent that it's not as impressive as people make it out to be because of the amount of time and borrowed knowledge that goes into it. So now the ideal is to try to double attack it to the extent that you can't really even cover it, right? This is the ideal move that you'd like to make. And the reason why is because it would put you in a position where you're able to basically do something like you can open the king effectively is the ideal thing. So you're hitting this, and the whole point is that if you move that, you could maybe naturally do the rook move there. That's perfectly fine. Nothing like really crazy going on with the position. So if you go here, you objectively are in a great spot. Your best move would have just been to do that, so it at least forces my hand to try to compel the trade. Now you're hitting this, which is a good trade. You're hitting this, which you can't take. So you're going to double take and you're going to open the king, or well, you would double take if the queen took, so that's why you have to open the king like that, which I always consider that to be a very good positional thing, even if it's not that big of a deal. You move that, but I don't care now. So now you have to address it. And so now you can go here, which is a very strong position as well. And it's very hard to push the king out of that. And so now the only thing you really have to do is to try to get the stupid ass queen in there. And the way that you can do that is to just do that. So you'd bring the bishop. It's perfectly fine. Then you have to find some more nuanced way to actually do this, which is not... Oh, wow. He's just giving it... It's over. It's over. Isn't that it? I'm almost shocked, like, how easy that was. Like, this guy's a 1600 player. Like, what is he, me? He's me on a bad day, which it already is a bad day. I don't get it. Like, how do you lose like that when you fucking have played this many games and you're at this rating, when you can clearly see I'm not doing anything that crazy? It's like these minor... See, because, like, it's so obvious. Like, all you have to do... I didn't do anything at all. All you have to do is, like, literally go like that. And then I at least have to make a decision. Then even if I try to stay there, you would go here, or even here. You know, like, it's so easy to react to these things that you never expected they would work. So it's hard to take the game seriously like that, where... I don't know. No, like, why do you move fast in the opening? Because I just want to get it over with, not because I'm good at them, or because I'm, like, a study try-hard fan of them. You could theoretically do this, but then the pin happens in such a way that is actually not good. So... And you have the other pin to worry about here, too, I guess now you should do it because, well, but there's nothing pinned, so why? Why would that even matter, I guess? You could do it, and I don't know whether I want to do it or not. I kind of don't want to, but you have the ability to basically do it in such a way that you could do it like this. So now, wherever that knight, no, but you can't. But you could. I go here, if you take the knight, no, it'll fuck it all up. I don't know. I feel like you'll go somewhere that's going to be problematic, but anywhere that you go, I'd be able to immediately take and give a check, to which you could take back, but it doesn't matter because then it's still an even trade. So what if I go here? Or yeah, you could do that just by pissing your opponent off and making them quit out. That would give me a good... It's a 10-minute game. I mean, you can take as long as you want. Okay, so here you go like this. And then you basically get to take, and then you're forced to take. Or I guess now you're not. I just haven't wanted to do this the whole game, where I don't want to actually take the knight. Like, I could take both knights if I really wanted. There's going to be some sort of stupid unleash play that you can do. And so I may as well just do that, even though I'm not too happy about it. Because now you're going to have a bishop pair. It might not be optimal, but I don't like the positioning of... I don't know, like, I could do that too. Just try to keep baiting for trades, I guess. So now you could move this anywhere you want. And in the process of doing that, you would be able to hit the bishop that is not covered. And so... it's like you shouldn't really try to do too much in the opening, because it just nothing really works, and it can be kind of annoying and almost discouraging. But to any level of moderate play, you would realize that any level of moderate play would tell you that it's not a big deal. Like, it's never gonna work. You shouldn't even bother trying. But sometimes it will happen anyway. So all this is kind of a mess. You take. You could do like this, which you think is kind of cute, but it doesn't really do a whole lot. I don't know, like, I'm doing all these weak, lazy sort of threats too that are just meant to be for show almost. So you go there, oh no, you're forking, but they're gonna somehow deal with it still. They might not actually be able to, but again, this is like the advanced level threat you got to try to come up with. Objectively, that may be difficult to deal with. Now you can't do it. You can go here. You're trying to threaten here. Pretty basic. Let's just go like that. Am I doing the unthinkable this game and actually calculating my moves, which I haven't seemed to have done in the last fucking several sessions? Like, that's all you have to do. Just calculate. Just use your brain a little bit. I don't know. Sometimes the matchups are so wildly different. Like, where somebody will completely destroy you, and then some other time where you will get... it just seems strange. People are very inconsistent. So you can go here and you can try to hit that. Right, that would be a reasonable thing to do. I'm really not sure actually what I'm doing with this. I like the little V-shaped pawn structure that I create. So you have the one anchor pawn. development wise it's fine. I guess the one thing that makes me uncomfortable is I haven't done enough trading here, and I'll rectify that immediately. Now they have the bishop pair, I don't. But the reason why that's okay is because of the simple wait. How does this happen even? Like, you're trying to tell me that's been sitting there since the queen moved. I guess we may as well do it, but see, like, I'm missing too many obvious things that are like, I don't know, like, I'm not really looking for them is the problem. You can go to here, you go to here. You threaten that, which doesn't actually matter. Um, you can go here because the open file isn't under their control yet. So even if they try to go there, it won't actually do anything, but now it will do something. Okay, okay, dude, okay. This would kind of match what they're doing, though. If they take, then I take. If they take, then I take. If they... it would technically work. Even though that was such a major fucking mistake. If you take my own advice, I told you you will gain 10,000 IQ. What advice was that? I forgot. Okay, so they escape here, which is pretty much fine. I don't see how this would solve the problem, though, because you have... They're going to take the rook no matter what. I really should have just stopped playing this format, because as much as I was trying it... I mean, I got at least far enough. Like, 15 to 17 was pretty good. I don't see the point, because it's like... I don't know. I'm just not even playing in the way that I used to do. They can still do that, so I'm gonna lose the rook. There's nothing I can do about it. Even this is like, oh, that's cute, but then they would take. I don't know. I'm not thinking. I'm not calculating at all. I have nothing. It's nothing to even do with. I don't know. I just. This is why the faster time formats just misrepresent the game, because if you're gonna do it, it's just for people to try to show off and be flashy or do something dumb like that. It doesn't actually have any value to it. Like, you're not really thinking or calculating, so it's like you'll do some partial calculation and you'll define your ability by that. But anybody could see that or not see something based on how much time that they have, so it has no actual value in the game. It's completely meaningless. Right, like, first try to maximize what you're doing and then worry about all the other shit, but it's so stupid how people approach it. Brain fuck chess. Because yeah, it really teaches people the wrong way that you should be worried about something other than, you know, just like base calculation. So this would be obviously, let's just try to keep harassing the queen for what it's worth. Or you're already fucking trying to mate my dumb ass. I thought he might maybe try to do it anyway. Like, oh no, I didn't address it, so fucking it'll actually work. The trading of the queens would be fine, right? Isn't the material pretty much even? I can't cover the, you know, we'll just do it. I'm not down by any meaningful amount, so I'm happy with this position. Right, this should be a draw 100% of the way or something of the sort. That maybe is to their benefit, I can't really tell. The knight isn't really doing a whole lot for me. I don't know. Now we'll just play like really defensively. We'll try to get this one here. Although it's already covered by the knight, but just to free it up, I guess I could do this. The bishop is hitting here. Mine's not really doing a whole lot. Like, see, this is what I mean. This kind of position is easy to get to against anybody for the most part. You will be brain dead at the end. He wants to play a 24-hour chess marathon and play like this. I mean, I have done some very long chess streams. Actually, I did like a 12-hour one. I think maybe once or twice. So it's not completely okay. This is good at least. But no, this is actually the best way to describe low-rated chess. It's like it's this sporadic thing. You're not really even trying. Like, what move in this game have I actually calculated fully everything on the board? Zero, right? So I might see something good, I might not, I might miss it once. Like, it's so you're going by like this superficial basis rather than now this will be a fucking back rank mate because, but it's not, because even if they go there, I'll take this, then they'll go there. But it's, well, whatever. I still have to address it. It's like, oh, wait. In fact, it's more than just a simple back rank like that. Why couldn't we just even do this then? Well, because I'll lose my precious pawn then, I suppose, but... So now what you do with that is if you even try to go there, I'll take, but it would have been a back rank even if I had done that, because you know, that bishop is very well placed. But no, that is amazing that the secret is just kind of use your brain a little bit. Like, why is that such a hard thing for people to do? So that's a pretty strong diagonal. I don't see what you're really going to do to push it around. Let me try. I'm not really seeing anywhere that you can go that's too good. Like, you go here, you give a check. Like, this is the kind of position where the knight should be able to roam and do something. You've won a 24-hour marathon. What do you mean by won, though? Like some sort of tournament format or what? I'm sure this is something that maybe big chess streamers do. Like Hikaru will play a 24-hour stream and try to win some whatever ongoing thing. Like whoever wins the most in that period of time gets a prize or something. Blue chess 24-hour marathon. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of 24-hour streams in general too, because at some point you just stop having fun even with it, let alone. Okay, so you could try to go there, but you can't even. Right, it just stops being fun. Forget about even you stop being good, because I'm not good in the first place, but it really just is going to get annoying after a while. What is this guy doing? Like, this game is going to go on for fucking ever. We're getting spectators in here. I guess they're going to flag me, which is highly instructive. So I can't move anything, so I'll just keep moving my king back and forth, and that shows you it's a good, fun game, because you really can't do anything at all. It's going to be something with a pawn push that may indeed happen. But even if it does, you might go to here. Okay, they give up that whole double diagonal back rank situation. And by doing that, I don't really want to trade off my rook at all. Okay, I can still do this, but by do this, I mean we're probably going to draw. Thanks. But luck has nothing to do with chess. I just have to actually fucking use my brain for once, which I never do. So here, this is not even under attack. Or double attacked. Okay, we should try to do something with the knight, but I can't figure out what. Or he's going to double attack it here. Okay, we got a minute left, so this is kind of annoying. Right, that it's probably going to come down to that. Yes, he's +1, but I don't know that that would make any real major difference. There's an annoying play like where he goes here and attacks the bishop and attacks into that, so therefore I can't cover both, so that's why I kind of didn't want to go there, but let's see if he does it, or even here we're covered by the knight, but then I don't like this position either. You go to here, I can just go back. There's nothing really happening with the king. You go to here, I can take, you can't take, block the diagonal. You can't take there, so that seems like just a mistake. You're hitting that, you're giving a check. This would be a sick octopus knight, but I can't really do it. What you need to do is just kind of keep going back and forth and try to force a threefold repetition or some shit. You're hitting it from this angle, which I maybe can't do anything about, but I can still. Okay, dude. If you hit this, I can still take with the knight. So even though you have... Okay, man, okay. Okay. What you'd be doing is that you can't trade down. You can't unleash to anything meaningful because you can't even do anything with it. That would probably just be mate, or maybe not. Go to here, I could take with that. Very, very disturbingly close to a mate. Okay. Now, these games are getting really fucking triggering, actually. I don't get what it is that I'm doing so differently. I'm not saying I was playing perfectly, but I was playing at least more consistently for a while there. Let me do like one more with my little Flickr account switch. Yeah, that's the last thing I need to do is a 24-hour fucking stream. I can barely handle an hour stream of this here and there. On one hand, because of the amount of time I have or don't have, but also because of the, it wouldn't exactly help me. Okay, what we need to do is switch to the next art. Some of these are pretty elaborate and funny as far as thumbnails. So let me see. That was the... So you have chosen Death Thing by Van Gogh. Then this... Like, see how many thumbnails we have related to Van Gogh, right? Like, so you have chosen Death. Then we have that one with Egad breaking his brain over it. And then now we have the third one, which is... Luigi's vacuum is the slowest rotating object in the fucking universe. Venus rotates at 5 kilometers per hour. Luigi, while using his vacuum, is 0.001 kilometers per hour to compare them. Previously, the slowest rotating object in the entire solar system, because when he's riding his vacuum, like, these are such specific things that nobody would get unless if you know, you know. But it's like, it turns so slowly that it can kind of fuck you over when you're trying to move around. So that one was... Penguin. I kind of like this one, actually. Even though it might not be the easiest to use, clearly I can blame that for my struggles. This is so fucking annoying, though. I'm not happy. It's just not the right way to do it. I did it to a degree, but I just don't know. Or it's kind of going to lag them out. These pieces are too much for them to handle. There was also that Christmas set that I like, but I feel like it doesn't work anymore. Or maybe the set still works, but not the board to go along with it. It had like a red and green board or some type shit. You do that, you can just castle, perfectly fine. Cover that back. Makes it seem like I know openings because I'm so confident that these are just either a right move or at least a passable move. I've been hesitating to do that move lately because I don't like the fact that, oh, that might open the rook to somehow, like, it'll open the rook in such a way that you're able to... Whatever. Oh, here we go, dude. To attack me, but we'll see. The thing is that my whole style, I excel at minimizing the need for calculation. So that's why I did so well with it. The pink flamingo thing that I'm not even really doing now because, you may or may not be good at calculating, but to whatever extent you might be, you are actually able to, you're actually able to do it in such a way that you make it a lot easier because you're trading a lot, there's not a lot left on the board, etc., etc. So, see, like, they're already playing clownishly aggressively, where you should easily be able to punish this, but I just am not the type to do it. You can go to here, and if you do that, then take. I don't know why this is so hard for me. It's not really about the opponents. You kind of realize at some point, right? It's all about yourself. So again, I'll try to go for a trade. This always serves me well. If you go to there, I can take. If you go to there, I can take. At least you have to get out of there. I'm actually threatening the double take, so that heavily encourages you to take. We can create the V-shaped structure there. That is my signature. Like, these people are trying to snipe me or even study my fucking opening that's in my profile, my pink flamingo explanation, to try to discredit it, but it's not going to happen because I've gotten so far with it. Now, here you can't do that anymore because the queen's not there. And so what you have is the ability to try to create this perfect structure, and I guess I'll just ignore everything else and put absolutely no pressure on him at all. So they're going to queenside castle, or maybe not even castle at all. And the reason why is because they're a clown. You raise it to there. Okay, they could undouble their pawn, but if they take, it's problematic too. So maybe I should do this. And then I'll open this file as well. So they'll take, I'll take, they'll take. Oh, but they couldn't because I could take that. Oh, but they could have. They could have took, I could have took, they could have took, I couldn't took. But whatever, they didn't do it. If you go there, I could take with the pawn. I'm not really too happy about doing that. But I'm trying to force some action, but these are the moves that sometimes get me in trouble. Now, you take, then you raise, then I take, then you take, then you're threatening. Okay, that doesn't entirely make a whole lot of sense to me. This bishop's diagonal isn't doing much. Wait, what? Oh, I just blundered my bishop and they just didn't do anything. Because they could have done the trade and then I didn't realize what I was doing with that. Just got to get faster at sort of scanning the pieces over and doing that. One of two things: either take your time more, take longer, or I don't know. Okay, here we'll trade at the first opportunity. The dark square diagonal is going to be all kind of fucked up, so you probably will take with this one, or I would assume that would be better. Or no, this would be better because you get to undouble. See, you can't worry about stuff like the doubling, undoubling, because like how far out of my way can I go? Oh no, that's bad because now he can undouble it. But it's going to be impossible to keep track of that the whole game, right? You can't just never trade or never do anything. So if you take, I can't take that anyway. So they elect not to do that, which is very surprising. They're not putting any meaningful pressure. I feel like I'm calculating at least a little better this game. You have the ability to basically try to escape with this for now. This would be a good Octopus Knight sort of outpost, although it's not even an Octopus Knight. So again, this V-shaped structure is very strong, even though you don't want to keep it like that because you want to try to push towards their king, which is this clown show of a queenside castle. That's one of the things I bash almost as much as knights, is queenside castling. Like, nobody does it, nobody wins doing it, it's not good, just don't do it, it's objectively bad, it sucks, right? There's nothing good about it. So they avert disaster with that. They're trying to trade the queens, which I almost cannot argue with. Right, I cannot tell you that I don't want to do that. But why not let them do it? Why not let them do it? I could take back always with the bishop if I want, but I don't even have to. Because if I take, then it gives them initiative with the knight to attack this. So that's like a free move that you kind of give them, even though normally it's worth it for me to trade. I kind of somehow don't mind the way this position is going as much. They could easily just do that, trade, take. I don't mind sitting on this threat, but then I don't want to miss the opportunity to do it if I, you know. Okay, they do me that favor. You go ahead, you take with this one. It doesn't matter a whole lot actually which one you take with. Nothing's going on with these pawns. So now you have this, where you're threatening, but the thing is that it still doesn't really do anything. And the reason why is because you can always go here. You go to here, it's just not doing a whole lot. And this knight just can't come in. So actually, I kind of wanted him to push this. I thought they might do that to try to avoid the bishop going there, because then the rook's covering too, so the pin wouldn't have happened with the queen and the rook there. But they just moved the queen overall and tried to offer up a trade, which is, these people literally are stealing my tactic. Not saying that's something that low-rated players don't do anyway, but the extent to which I do it is very pronounced. I mean, sometimes with the knight, you have to really, go all the way around the world basically to make something happen. They're threatening there, which there isn't much you can do with this, but there's an endless loop that sort of happens. And the endless loop is basically, you go here, I go here, you go back, I go back. Like, it could just turn into that, where if you didn't have this, you might be making the optimal move each way, or at least to react, but then you go back, you hit it, you have to cover it. I guess that would be the more proper way. You go there, but then I go there, but then you go there, but then I go there. So now you can't even come back to try to threaten it or something. That doesn't change anything with the position. If you double stack, I can easily go there. I can go here, I can attack this. This is all about how seriously you decide to take it. You're really gonna fucking do this, huh? You're really gonna do it. This becomes a devastating play nonetheless, because you're hitting the bishop and that. So there's no scenario where you shouldn't be able to take. I thought I just said you couldn't fucking do that. Or at least now I'll go here, and then you'll go there. Fun and interactive game, by the way. Or then you'll make some suboptimal move just to try to avoid doing repetition because you're too much of a player of honor. And you don't like the clown behavior that leads to all these threefold repetition stale sort of positions. This is almost basically trapped too, now that you think about it. Right, it actually is. If you could just attack it, period, it would actually be trapped. If I could attack it with like my dark square bishop itself. So going here should be a strong move. And oh my god. Is that for real? Like you avert disaster again? They always escape this shit when it seems like something's good. It just never actually plays out. That should have been an objectively winning piece, but it's just not. Because it takes you an hour to run the knight around the whole fucking universe to try to do this. Even this, you'd have to resign yourself to the trade because you can't really do anything otherwise. We're up on time. We're not up on material. He's playing solid, but he's not like doing anything above and beyond. And he's sort of settling for trades the way that I would do too. This penguin piece set is going to become my lucky fucking one. And we're going to go on a 100-game win streak with it. I forget what piece set I was using when I went on my longest streak. Here, it was only a couple months ago. It feels like sometimes that's broken by viewers in sort of unranked games, or it's like broken by a draw, which doesn't actually count. Like it should still count as far as an unbeaten streak. So now you can go back to here or something. You're double threatening that, which is perfectly... Wait. Did they really get me like that? Is that really what happened? So they got me by Okay. Okay, dude. They got me by repositioning that in such a way that I don't get it. Like, I genuinely don't get it. Wow. So if I go here, they could take would be fine. If they take with this, I can't take back. And then my bishop is going to get trapped too. So all that shit for nothing. I don't get it. Like, I'm totally at a loss. I have nothing to even... Wow. Wow, I just don't get it. I don't understand. All because of this stupid ass knight that's kind of dancing around doing the same shit over and over. I had this ready for that exact possibility like 100 moves ago, but they danced the knight around for like a fucking century, and it still doesn't mean you lose, but I may as well. I can't go there. They're down there, then they have to figure out what they want to do. I don't care. So if you go here, I don't know, you have to do something with the knight. To do something with the knight, and you have to do something with this, and you have to worry about the king. I just give up. I mean, if you can do shit like that, it's fine. Their bishop isn't even doing anything. In fact, my knight should be much better, but I'm just too lazy to fucking use it properly. Like, look how it just only serves to get in the way. It's not actually doing anything at all. I guess their position was what sort of broke this shit open, but they would do that, take. You would think my actual bishop should be able to do something too, but that's turned out to be kind of useless too. I mean, not as useless as theirs, but... You're hitting this, if you move it away, you get to, Okay, so can we at least guarantee something here? Because you get to... If you take, if you don't, I can't take that, though, so it doesn't matter, but it's pinned. But even though it's pinned, you can't really do anything about it. And so now... I'm sort of just giving up certain things. Right, I'm giving up pawns because I just don't care. At this point, like, I'm just kind of fed up with this position, but at least they're kind of low on time, so I'm okay with it. Now we'll take it with the king itself, and we can set up to try to do this. The point being, though, that it doesn't actually do anything for me at all. And the reason why is because it's adequately covered. At most, I would just like win a pawn out of it, and they could sort of unpin it as they wish. So they're not even choosing to unpin it, but they are choosing to... I mean, I'd be willing to do it, but then it allows them to just get a pass pawn out of it that is totally unnecessary. So if you move this even, I could take there, so I'm not seeing anything I can really do. I guess I could try to slip my king through, but it doesn't really work even. This is going to go on for a while, and I don't know what the point of it is. I could try to leave that and just try to pick up some pawns on the other side, which is more than likely not going to be a good idea. So they start taking there. Why they couldn't do that with the rook, I don't even know, but... What you should try to do here is, rather than simply trying to keep up with the pawn race, you should try to just get one that can actually start moving. So that maybe was even the wrong one to try to go for, but... You know, now you start to try to do this. But no, if I had opened this one first, maybe you would have been in better shape, because you get to... Okay, now you try to exploit the liability that the knight can be. You try to take here, you try to take there, you pin it down, doesn't really matter. They're down to 55 seconds. You should be able to match this a little bit. You have to move the thing and then keep going. I can't really get in there. They did a super long king walk in this moment that kind of was questionable. You know, that you didn't really have to do. Now, to some extent, you would almost be able to do that, or I don't know. Or is the fact that they basically are calculating mate, I guess, in this, because they can probably do that, or maybe not. They go there, and it's mate. They go there, and it's not really mate. They go there. They're down to 20 seconds, so at least they're struggling a little bit, but what you have is the ability to, you have the ability to you can do this and you can try to push this one too. How you wouldn't be able to mate with this though is beyond me. You could go there, I could still go there. You could go here. If it's mate now, then why wouldn't it have been mate before? Like, why is it so hard to do it with the queen? Yeah, like you should have seen that like an hour ago. I think I pretty much give up anyway. I was gonna take a break and do the fucking PvZ Heroes thing, but I don't get what's happened in these last several games. I can't explain it. It's just like a total lack of effort or what? How do you just suddenly do this when I was doing at least reasonably well before? So many of these games are draws that I can even see are draws that I just either I don't want it to be that or I get sort of bored of it. I don't know. Something's just not right. You know, I'll enable myself to do that again today. I'll do the muted section where I maybe I'll do it until I lose one.